You ready? Good evening and welcome to the Fort Smith City Board of Directors meeting this December 17th of the year 2024. Keep in mind these meetings are being televised live for the benefit of our residents who cannot attend with us in person. At this time, I'm going to ask Director Rigo to lead the invocation and Director Neil Martin to lead us in the pledge.
Please bow in a word of prayer with me. Lord, we come humbly before you this evening, grateful for the sacrifice that you make for us, for what this season represents, for you coming to earth and dwelling with us. We're so profoundly grateful for the love and blessings that you shower upon our community, and we hope that that is the spirit that permeates our discussions this evening as we work together to try our best, to do our best for our wonderful community. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. This time, Madam Clerk, if you would, please call the roll.
Directors Rigo.
Here.
Good.
Here.
Morton.
Here.
George Katsavas.
Here.
Christina Katsavas. Settle.
Here.
Martin.
Here. Okay, thank you very much. This time I'll ask if there's any member of the board that have an item of business not already on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, I have just a point of inquiry.
Yes.
Well, never mind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This time I'll ask for approval of the December 3rd, 2024 regular meeting and the December 10th, 2024 special meeting.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Just as reminders, a motion and second to adopt each of the following items must be offered before directors' comments are made, and also public comments on items must pertain to the presented item. This time, we'd like to take a moment to thank Expressions Florist for the beautiful flowers we have here this evening. So again, we want to thank them, really appreciate them taking time to do that for us. Okay. And also, I'd like to take this time, the board would like to take this time to recognize one of our very own who's going to be leaving office here at the end of the year. At this time, we'd like to take a moment to recognize City Board Member Ward 3 Director LaVon Martin. So if I can get the board to come up front so we can make sure we get some photos. We're going to do this.
You want me to go too?
Yes, sir. So we do have a proclamation recognizing Bond One for leadership and service to the residents of Fort Smith, Arkansas. Whereas City Director Levon Warren served the residents of Fort Smith with great dedication, contributing to the growth and success of our community. Whereas since 2019, Director Warren has demonstrated the highest level of integrity, compassion, and professionalism as a representative of Ward 3, earning the respect and admiration of colleagues, residents, and those who have had the privilege of working with him. Whereas Levon's financial expertise and his commitment to intentional leadership over the past 25 years has been integral to the effectiveness of the city's audit advisory board. Whereas through sharing of his expertise and genuine care for others, Levon's numerous endeavors enhance the economic and cultural vitality of the Fort, fostering our city's spirit of care and concern for one another. Whereas the city of Fort Smith acknowledges Levon's tireless efforts, contribution, and is deeply grateful for his commitment to service. Now, therefore, I join you with the mayor of the city of Fort Smith, Arkansas, who hereby proclaim Tuesday, December 17th, year 2024, as Levon Martin Day at Fort Smith, Arkansas. At this time, we would like to hear from any board member that like to say farewell or say some remarks.
Kind of a roast type deal?
If you want to roast, if you want. Okay. Director Rigo, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. And at Director Morton's specific request, I will keep it brief. He has been an outstanding public servant, someone who has been inspirational in the work he's willing to put in, educational in the expertise that he shares with us all, and truly, truly, truly a first-class gentleman who I've been proud to know these last number of years and to call a friend and to have served alongside. I'm really going to miss serving with you, Director Morton, and I can think of no more fitting celebration of Levon Morton Day than a packed Board of Directors agenda one last time.
Director Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Of course, this is not saying goodbye in any form or fashion, but it's been a great honor serving with you. Definitely appreciate your leadership and your friendship. You've been a really great example of directors coming to meetings and being informed and staying involved, regardless of the topic of the atmosphere or the climate of the atmosphere or the topic that we're discussing. You were right there, ready, bold, and always bold and loud at times. But we thank you for your service.
Director George Kasavage.
I really don't know what to say. It's been, I've learned a lot from Levon, especially when it comes to numbers and audits and percentages. And it's been a learning experience, I think, for all of us on the board. And the only good thing I can see in the future is that we're probably going to get home at a decent hour now. That's it. I didn't mean
We
that.
should save that for last. That was pretty good, George.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Yeah.
Director Settle, any comment?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, Levon was appointed to this board. Director Good, Casavas, and myself had the privilege to appoint Levon to fill a term of former Director Lorenz. And it was interesting because we kicked off, and next thing you know, we have a flood, COVID hits, And the one thing you'd always rely on is Levon always kept the city moving forward. Through all the hills and valleys, ups and downs, we'd always look at Levon for strength, and he always would do that. So you'll be missed, my friend. Thank you.
Director Neil Martin.
You know, when we did appoint Levon, I just started, and I remember the mayor talking to me, and he's like, if you have a chance to get somebody like Levon Morton, you take it. Because, we could have had a vote, or we could have appointed somebody. And we appointed Levon, and getting somebody with his acumen, I think, has been really helpful to the board. When I joined, I started on the audit committee, and Levon's been on the audit committee for years and years and years. And I didn't think he liked me at all. Like, he's kind of tough. He's kind of tough at the beginning. But I think we developed a friendship over time, and I do consider Levon a friend. I learned a lot from him, just sitting and listening to him from this side and kind of seeing how he approaches things. And, I do take that away. We're going to miss his wisdom, going to miss his intellect, and I know that we'll be missing something on the board with Levon gone. So I appreciate you. I appreciate what you've brought to this board, what you brought to me, what you brought to the city. And George, I'll help make our meetings run long.
I know you will.
I'll make sure to take up for Levon. So Levon, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Mr. Dingman, would you have any comments? Or anyone else? Sherry, anyone else, and we'll move on.
Just comments I'd like to make is that the board members have talked about what happens when Director Morton is gone from this board. Well, from staff perspective, I know that Levon will be around. He has offered his advice and his counsel, and I, for one, intend to take him up for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, I've known Levon many, many years, and he was helpful in all of my campaigning and took care of my finances and been a real friend outside of the political arena, and shared many fun moments discussing the future of Fort Smith and what it takes to serve. And I'm going to miss his wisdom. I'm going to miss all of that, but we're going to keep him close for sound advice when we need it. Okay. Again, thank you. Levon, any comments before we get into the weeds here?
Well, I have a couple of things to say. I will try to be brief. But first of all, I appreciate all the comments from all of you. I really do. And as was said, I was appointed in April of 2019, and I thought I knew what I was getting into. Honestly, it turned out I had no idea. I've been to almost 300 meetings. I went back and counted them up since that day, and it has been a privilege to serve. I've met many great people in Fort Smith, and I've gotten to know over the years the directors that sit up here. I already knew the mayor. I knew Jeff a little bit, but I also met people all around the city, because I would get phone calls or see emails or see things on Facebook about water leaks or drainage problems or other kinds of problems. And I'm retired, and I was retired in 2019. I had the time to go around and look at things and try to come up with ideas to help, although I have zero expertise in anything to do with drainage or how to fix a leak or any of that. But I learned over time I could call on the people in the city to help. And in addition to the great people I met out in the city, the people who live here, and the people who were always nice to me, no matter how bad their problem was. And I just have to tell one little story. I'll never forget the call I got at 6 o'clock one morning after a heavy rain. A lady that I've been working with for a long time called me and said, well, the water is finally coming in my house. So I grabbed a shop vac and went over to her house, and we shop vacked up all that water off her hardwood floor and saved that hardwood floor. And about 6 months later, Matt Meeker and Stan Snodgrass came up with a brilliant solution to fix her flooding problem and the problems with 10 people on that same street. So we were able to take care of that, and she'll never have that problem again, and I'll never have to shop back up her water again. So again, many great people in Fort Smith. They were always patient, always thoughtful. But the other thing that was such a good thing about this job was meeting many of the employees, the people who work for the street department, the water department, and so many other departments out in the field. You know, so when I would drive by where they were working on a job, and even if I didn't know anything about it, I'd stop and ask what they were doing, and they always took the time to explain to me what they were doing and why they did it a certain way. And it was clear to me they were very dedicated and extremely knowledgeable and very patient with me. So I really appreciated that. Department heads in the city of Fort Smith have always treated me with like I actually knew what I was asking about, and sometimes I didn't. And they're just great people. We are so fortunate to have the people in charge of the departments that we have right now in this city. I can tell you, when I came, after a few months, we had 6 vacancies in departments in the city, and we filled all those positions with really top-notch people. And the city should be very proud of the staff we have in every department, both the staff and the leaders. We've got great people, and that goes to the administration as well. And I would say for the people in the audience, many of the issues we face are a lot more complex than they appear to be. It means that if you don't see a 7-0 vote, that means it's pretty complicated. And a lot of these issues are what I call 51-49 issues, where, you know, I can make a case for either side, but you have to pick one. You can't just ignore it. And so I respect the people who vote a different way than I do. It creates no ill will or hard feelings on me, because I understand that these are very close calls, and we all have a different lens to see things through, and a different way of making the final judgment. When I try to do things, try to make decisions on those 51-49s, I would always say I have accountability for both the present and the future. How does this affect the present, and how could it affect the future? And if it's positive on both of those, it's pretty easy. If it's a balance, you have to really think about it. But I always try to look to the future as well as the present. Fort Smith is on the edge, the very edge, of establishing a very bright future. So many good things are happening here in the city, and that's a big change from when I first came on the board. In 2019, the first month, nothing happened. Then we had the flood, which was terrible, and it took a while to get past that. But right now, a lot of great things are happening. That's a result of a lot of hard work by a lot of people, including the people up here, people in the room, people all over the city, the business people, the employees who companies come here to hire because they know they're top-notch people. And in the future, really, I just only want the best for Fort Smith. Fort Smith's been wonderful to me and my family, and I won't ever forget that, and I'll always try to help Fort Smith whenever I can. So thank you all. Thank you.
Okay. First item, Mr. Dingman.
Thank you, Mayor. First item is an ordinance prohibiting camping on city property. It has been written similar to a local ordinance adopted by the city of Grants Pass, Oregon, and one that has been reviewed and confirmed by the U.S. Supreme Court as not a violator of the Eighth Amendment. And the Director of Neighborhood Services, Sean Gard, has been working on this project and will present the item and answer questions.
Good evening, Mayor, Administration, Board members. At the November 12th study session, a formal request was made by the Board to present an ordinance that mirrors the Grants Pass Oregon's ordinance regulating camping on public property. The Grants Pass ordinance was upheld on June 28th by the Supreme Court. Which determined the ordinance did not violate the Eighth Amendment of cruel and unusual punishment. Extensive work, time, scrutinizing went into preparation of the ordinance that you see before you right now. On November 26th, a meeting was held with our 3 district court judges, Chief of Police, Sebastian County Sheriff, City Administrator, Deputy City Administrator, City Attorneys, and myself. A thorough, heartfelt, and legal discussion was conducted to determine what would be in the best interest of the city for the City of Fort Smith with moving forward with the model of the Grants Pass Ordinance. Research material and a proposal for the City of Fort Smith version of the Grants Pass Ordinance was presented to the City Attorney for review, correction, and verification of its validity. I'll try not to take up too much time tonight because I know there's quite a bit on the agenda this evening, but I would like to give just a brief synopsis of the Grants Pass Ordinance so you understand what the City of Fort Smith was looking into. The Ordinance of Grants Pass regulates camping on public property other than a designated location determined by their council. Grants Pass prohibits sleeping on sidewalks, streets, alleys, and within doorways. Grants Pass states that it shall remove individuals' personal property, camping materials, and campsites from city property consistent with the adopted ordinance and to relocate them. Grants Pass mitigation and penalties outlines conviction of violating the ordinance by allowing the court to consider in mitigation fines and fees, and also upon conviction under Grants Pass, if an individual meaningfully engages with the private resources to remove or clean the items, the courts will take that into consideration. What you have before you this evening in the form of the city ordinance is I'd like to kind of break down what the difference is between the Grants Pass and what you see before you for Fort Smith to try and hopefully answer any of the questions you might be having in your heart right now. Grants Pass, item section 5.61010 under their definition describes the relocation of individuals and personal property to another authorized location. Under the City of Fort Smith, section 16-98 that's proposed this evening, we omit this section within the definitions. The City of Fort Smith will not be relocating people or relocating items to a different part of the city. We will not be doing that. Under Grants Pass 5.61030, camping regulated in item A, it states no person may occupy a campsite inconsistent with regulations outlined in their chapter of the ordinance. Under the proposed 16-99, A1 states no person may occupy a campsite on city property inconsistent with the regulations of the Fort Smith Municipal Code. We felt it important to direct any kind of items or any kinds of questions back to the Fort Smith Municipal Code, for that's where we enforce our ordinances through. Under Grants Pass 5.61030, item C, where temporary placement of camping materials is authorized, an individual that has placed camping materials on city property must relocate according to the timeline limitations set forth by that location. Under section 16-99, paragraph C of the Fort Smith ordinance proposed, temporary placement of camping materials is authorized. An individual that has placed camping materials on city property must remove the camping materials from the city property following the expiration of the temporary authorization. A note on this one, though, the Board of Directors, please make note of this, the Board of Directors in A1, subparagraph 2, upon resolution can exempt for a special event from the camping prohibitions of this section upon finding that such exemption to be in the public interest and consistent with the city goals. What this means is if there's a special event going on anywhere within the city, the Board of Directors has the ability to give an exemption temporarily to allow that camping to be permitted. So that has been written in it to give the Board of Directors a little bit more flexibility to be able to handle a situation if something would come up on a special event. Grants Pass 5.61020, this in Grants Pass ordinances, it prohibits the sleeping on sidewalks, streets, alleys, or within doorways prohibited. Items A, B, and C of this ordinance, no person may sleep on public sidewalks, streets, or alleyways at any time as a matter of individual and public safety. The City of Fort Smith, section 16-100, proposed this evening, maintains the exact same language as the Grants Pass ordinance. There's no change in the verbiage whatsoever in that passage there. Grants Pass 5.61050, removal of campsite on public property, states that the city shall remove individuals' personal property, camping materials, and campsites from city property. Grants Pass 5.61060, disposition and release of personal property, covers items having no apparent utility or monetary value and items of unsanitary condition, as well as items that may have interest to the police department. That Grants Pass ordinance 5.61050 and 5.61060 are combined together to form the City of Fort Smith Proposed Ordinance, Section 16-101. With our city attorney, after reviewing this, we wanted a clear emphasis on personal property and how it will be handled. Within the grants pass ordinance, it would seem to be a little bit vague, and we wanted to be more descriptive in what was being presented to the board and for the public. Items that included on that and or listed out in item A, following notice of procedures, only then will the city remove remaining personnel property from a campsite on city property after the campsite has been vacated or individuals occupying the same has been removed. Item B, except as provided in subsection E, at least 72 hours once it's been moved on. If the items are left there, the City of Fort Smith can move forward to clean up the debris, the trash, or anything that's left behind. Unless it's of a condition where it's an unsanitary condition, then the City of Fort Smith can move immediately on it to clean the issue up, which we've run into multiple times. Section C, except as provided in subsection D, personal property removed from a campsite pursuant to subsection A must be stored in a facility located in Fort Smith for a minimum of 30 days. After 30 days, if unclaimed, may be disposed of or donated to a 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Service. These are items, if it's deemed when the area is inspected and it seems like they're of a monetary value or personal property of a nature that has some type of value to it, then those items will have to be stored for up to 30 days. A location for that, if past the night, will have to be determined. Items, like I said, are of an unsanitary condition or have no, in item D, items of personal property have no apparent utility value or monetary value, and items in an unsanitary condition may be discarded immediately. Grants passed 5.61070, mitigation and penalties. Under the grants pass ordinance, sections A and B is mirrored to City of Fort Smith, section 16-101, mitigation and penalties. Grants passed 5.6107 sets fines at no more than $50 at the court's discretion. Section 16-102 of the proposed Fort Smith ordinance, a person who violates section 16-99 or 16-100 shall upon conviction be guilty of a misdemeanor and shall be subject to the penalty set forth in section 101-9 of our Fort Smith Municipal Code. As with misdemeanors, fines and or alternative sentencing will be at the discretion of the district court judge, and no jail time will be associated with this whatsoever. Enforcement with this is if the board so desires to adopt this tonight, there will have to be some meetings by administration, the police department, code enforcement on how we're going to proceed on the enforcement of it. I know for neighborhood services, we are a department that mainly deals with trash, debris, garbage, and things that are left behind in encampments. And so those are some discussions. At this time, I don't want to speak for another department until whether this is adopted tonight, and then we can have those discussions on how to move forward as far as the enforcement of this proposed ordinance. So with that, at this time, if anybody has any questions for me, I'd do my best to entertain and answer your questions.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll ask for any citizens' comments, Madam Clerk.
We do have several. The first being Patrick McGuire.
Mr. McGuire, you're recognized.
And to clarify, everyone will have 2 minutes.
Thank you and good evening. Mr. Yard actually highlighted my problem with this particular ordinance. The ordinance seems to be concentrating on the material side of it, the debris, the camping materials, and that type of thing. It speaks nothing of the problem that these people are homeless people and have nowhere to go. Now, in the Grants Pass ordinance, which he read, they were to be taken to a private facility or something of that nature to be dealt with. Here we're simply saying, here's a citation if you don't leave, and if you don't pay that, then you might go to jail. But these people are homeless. They have no options. You can go up and tell them they have to go. Where are they going to go? Nobody knows. The ordinance doesn't deal with that in any which way whatsoever. I'm sure there are some people, if not many, who are homeless, not because of their own actions, let's say. Now, there are some, perhaps, that are choose that life, but I'm sure there are many who are suddenly homeless, got nowhere to go, have no support, have no idea what to do. They've worked their way into these camping enclosures, and that's the only way they have to survive. I think that the ordinance needs to add something, as Grants Pass did, to say that they have to be put in an area where it is authorized for them to camp, or turned over to a private entity who will help them get their lives together, provide them temporary housing, maybe get them a job, get them back on their feet. But simply to say, you can't stay here and then have 4 pages of what we're going to do with your possessions really doesn't address it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Next, we have Reverend Stephen Kurtz.
Thank you. I am aware that we are all aware that the city has many people of different faith traditions, and we're all aware of the fact that every faith tradition that I'm aware of has a version of the golden rule: do unto others as you would have others do unto you. I'm also personally committed to the Christian tradition, and I believe that the bar of cruel and unusual punishment is an extremely low bar. And I would just like to ask us to consider a higher bar, and that would be to think about our own tradition. Most of us, I believe, are in the Christian tradition. We have a prayer of invocation before our government meetings. And, you know, the commitment that we have to follow Jesus and his teachings about caring for the least of these, I just want to echo I don't know what to do about homelessness. I know it's so complicated. I don't have a solution. I'm aware that the country of Finland has almost entirely solved it with their philosophy of housing first. You get someone in stable housing, and then you can address addiction issues or cognitive impairment issues or employment issues or things like that. But I am in total sympathy with the gentleman that spoke before me that we need to find solutions that deal with the human side, and especially if we have the motivation of our Christian faith. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sharon Chapman. And while she makes her way, Dan Williams will be up next.
Good evening. I'm Sharon Chapman. I'm the director of Next Step Homeless Services. And I really I know people have tried to come together and put together an ordinance that addresses some of the issues in the city. And I'm very fond of Sean, and so I know that was something you've worked hard on, but there's some things that I think need to be worked on before you decide to pass an ordinance such as this. We currently have many more unsheltered individuals than we have available shelter beds. So this ordinance would punish those who have no shelter available to them. The majority of these individuals are from Fort Smith or have been here for years. They don't have the desire or the means to leave Fort Smith. Not only are you criminalizing the very fact of being unsheltered, but you're overburdening our police officers with the role of stopping and questioning anyone sitting or sleeping. You're overburdening our already full jails if you decide to punish people in that way. And the end result is not going to lessen or solve homelessness in our community. Many homeless in our community have complex mental health and addiction issues that are not going to be lessened by this ordinance. You've generously in the past given federal funds to agencies that pass through our city, federal funds. But I suggest one solution also is that in your city budget, you have a line item to support shelter for animals. Don't you think it's time to consider providing a line item that would be in support of providing shelter for humans? I encourage you not to pass this ordinance at this time, but to take it back, re-look at it, look at how you're going to enforce this, look at how you can work with agencies such as myself that are providing shelter. Let's not do something that is not in the best interest of our entire citizens in our community. Let's wait, and we are better than that. Thank you.
Good evening, Board.
If I could, next will be Joe Elskin.
Since 2019, we had received $4.3 million to help with homelessness. And, you know, if we would have handled that resource in a different way, I believe we wouldn't be in the shape we're in tonight. I believe what the lady just said was appropriate. I believe that we have money as of, I believe, $1 million set aside to help shelter animals a year. That's a lot of money. I believe we could move that, and not saying do away with it, but maybe relook at that and how we could help these human souls feel the love of Christ, especially right now. Or we could put off, if we haven't purchased the $4.3 million slide, we could put that off. And that 4.3 could go a long ways to permanent housing and redirect a lot of these people to a place of better comfort. $1 million, I believe there's another $1 million a year that we use for the convention center that we subsidize. I mean, that's $2 million right there that we're giving to things. And here we're talking about potentially putting people in jail, taking their whole livelihoods. You know, I've been able to minister in this community for 17 years to a lot of homelessness, and believe it or not, a lot of them do get a place to live. They just need a little bit of help. They don't need a handout. They need a hand up. And I believe the board can make a statement and table this, look at it, get with the Homeless Coalition, get with some resources, look at some different avenues, and really make a decision that will impact people's lives, not just today, but I believe for eternity's sake.
After Joe Elskin, we will have Chris Cadelli.
Okay. I wanted to, I like the movie Ghosts, so I want to say ditto to most of that. I know that the business community suffers more than, you know, the average person. And so the downtown business community is struggling with this issue, and I want to respect their needs. So I would suggest that maybe a trial basis. I feel like this ordinance is to change the image of Fort Smith as a destination for homeless, and I'm not sure that's an accurate assessment. I don't know where the evidence of that comes from, but if this ordinance is meant to mitigate that image of a destination for homeless, then maybe a trial basis and quickly assess the advantages and disadvantages and solutions. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
I will just note that the last one has indicated to speak on items 1 and 6, but you did not put your name.
I think that would be me. Wait a second. Do we need verification of that?
You need my ID? I agree with a lot of what's been said here. And quite frankly, I guess it's self-serving, because I can imagine myself through the change of circumstances being on a street corner, lying in feces and lying in puke, and maybe having a mental illness. So I think that there's been a good attempt here on this ordinance, but it does need to look at the human side. And it would be my recommendation that you take this ordinance, and some of the folks that worked on this ordinance, which is a good start, it looks like, but you create a committee of some of these folks who have been here tonight, of the Salvation Army folks, the Next Step folks, the Hope Campus folks, the Homeless Coalition, and you look at the human side and the solution. Because when they go through the court system and they get their misdemeanor, eventually they're going to wind up back on the street, in my opinion. And we're going to have a revolving door if we don't really look at a meaningful solution with people like Stephen Kurtz, who cares tremendously about the homeless. I told you last time I live with a lady, my wife, Shirley, who is committed her life and her to the homeless because she went through some rough times in her early life, and she understood that. I spent time with Chris several hours this week down at Hope Campus, and it's an amazing project. And I learned some things. I always thought that we were actually a magnet, and I don't think Fort Smith is a magnet. I think we've got a lot of homeless folks in this community. But I just hope the board will back off just a little bit and listen to these folks who are caring, passionate folks who want to solve this problem as we all do. Thank you.
That's all.
She could be halfway through her 2 minutes right now.
Did you find anything? Why don't we, okay, all right. Come on, ma'am. Would you take a moment and introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Callie Burns. I've been a resident of Fort Smith for a year, but I've lived in the area for my entire life. I am a teacher for a small local little learning center. Most of our parents, and even myself, we all make $11 basically an hour here. We are all one paycheck away from being unhoused. What is the difference between me? I have worked my entire life, and all it takes is for me to get sick for a month and I'm unhoused. I feel like most of us here can make the same type of statement. Why are we having 4 pages, like someone else has said, of how we punish someone instead of how we're helping someone? If we care about the city of Fort Smith and we care about who we are, he went on a whole presentation, and I'm glad that you're proud of the work you've done where you woke up and you helped someone save their hardwood floors. But what if we take that energy and we care about more than hardwood floors? We care more about the $1 million and for the animals, the $4.5 million for a slide versus human lives that we are all literally one paycheck away from being that person. So I don't understand why I don't feel like this is something that should be approved on. This is something that should be taken back and revised because there is no humanity found in this ordinance at all. And that's my time.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, this time we'll entertain a motion.
I would like to speak to you. I just gave her my name. I just didn't know I was supposed to do that.
Come on.
Are you Jesse's house?
I am, yeah, but I'm not speaking in regards to Jesse's house.
Okay.
I'm speaking in regards to a citizen.
Okay.
But yes, I am with Jesse's house. So I do work with the homeless community, and I really just want to make my statement. I don't know if you saw my TikTok, but I want to say that, make no mistake, this is not about helping the homeless community. If we were going to help the homeless community, we'd all be outside talking to the people who this is going to directly affect. This is about aesthetic. And yes, we talked about them doing it in Oregon. They also did something similar in Denver, and it cost $1,000 per individual that was jailed. Where are we going to get that money? So I think it's really important. Hold on, I had a few things written down. I lost my place so that I could speak. And then, of course, the ACLU spoke out against this about it being a violation of human rights. Also, again, with the police officers, there's going to be people out here who are committing real crimes. I don't think the homeless should be criminalized for sleeping where they live. Let's see. Also, all of the cities that have done this, like Fort Lauderdale, Denver, Oregon, have you seen what the critiques are on the news? Is that how we want to be seen, as a cruel city who puts the aesthetic of our city and the tourist money above our citizens? our community, because make no mistake, these people are in our community. And like she had said before, we're all a few decisions away from being in the same situation. So if you guys had an idea of how you were going to vote before, I hope that you took everybody's perspective in. And I think that you probably got into politics to help people. And I think that we really need to walk a mile in their shoes, and we need to go out there and we need to talk to them about how to solve this. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further citizens' comments. At this time, we'll entertain a motion to adopt the ordinance with suspension of the rules.
So move suspension of the rules.
Second.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please read the ordinance.
An ordinance prohibiting sleeping on sidewalks, streets, and alleys, prohibiting camping on city property, and other matters pertaining thereto.
At this time, we'll entertain comments from the board. Any Director Rigo, you recognize.
Thank you. I have a question, probably for Colby, and then a couple comments. Thanks to everyone who weighed in this evening so far. So, Colby, are there no existing city, county, or state laws already on the books that prohibit sleeping on sidewalks or in streets, alleys, or doorways?
Well, as far as streets, there's certainly state statutes which were addressing obstruction of vehicular traffic. So, I mean, I would suggest if someone were sleeping in a street right of way, they could be subject to citation of that state statute. So, yes, I mean, there's certainly state statutes to address obstruction of traffic in the roadway.
And would it be also accurate to say that at least in some cases, doorways represent, part of the private property of a business or a location that, of course, obviously there would be trespassing and all sorts of things already on the books as it relates to that?
It could. We'd have to look at the specific, the width of a street, city right-of-way, whether it's a sidewalk and street, and see where the public property ends and the private property begins.
Thank you. So I do appreciate the clarifications that Sean made about, there not being relocations of human beings, and there not being jail time as something to be contemplated or enforced. But this, as it's presented to us, just feels incomplete to me. I don't believe philosophically and as a matter of course in just adding things to the books of the law because we can. I try to be an outcome and a results-oriented person, and we look at point-in-time counts as kind of the industry standard tool that gets utilized when you analyze the issue of homelessness and unsheltered individuals. And of course, the most recent point-in-time count in Grants Pass, where this language originated from, is about 600 people. We had ours breaks down a little differently, and I don't know the particular breakdowns in Grants Pass, but if you look at our point-in-time count, the most recent one, we had 142 individuals who are in emergency shelter, which I think we would want and expect and support that, and glad to hear that. 89 people in transitional sheltered work, which is a 394% increase in people going through a transitional housing system since 2014, when we have the numbers back to, which we have the numbers back to in front of us. And since the end of the pandemic, our unsheltered total persons count, which I guess is sort of would represent the people probably most at risk or impacted by an ordinance of this nature, if you will, that number is 163. The increase since the end of the pandemic is 22 people. I mean, that's 2 football teams. So you're talking about a relatively flat number even there. And so I do not feel as though this effort is complete. I commend the people that work very hard in this issue. I know that it's something we certainly need to, all of us who aren't as engaged in the issue as we should be, need to redouble our efforts on. And I commend the folks who work very, very hard on this very, very challenging topic, and who indeed are on the front lines and devote their life to it. And I'm very grateful for the really heroic work that you do. I can't support this tonight.
Director Good, I think you were next in the queue.
Thank you, Mayor. Good comments, Director Regal. Appreciate it. I want to start by thanking Mr. Guard and Chief Baker for their hard work on this. Also, I want to thank the public that showed up for this particular issue. And I assure you that this is not anything new to this board or the community. We've been discussing this for years. Not only have we been discussing it, we have personally and individually gone to Next Step Day Room, Hope Campus. We've marched. We've went individually talking to people that have met committees to discuss this very issue. And the fact of the matter is, you start somewhere and you try something and you see what works and you see what doesn't work. You try something else, you move forward, and that's where we've been. So thank you all for being caring humans. And I want to invite you as the topic continues, because like I said years ago, this isn't anything new. The Bible says the poor you'll have with you always. So this is not going to go away, but we can address the issue. And how we do that is get behind and speak to and support those professionals and groups and nonprofits that are already working in these fields. So I want to thank Ms. Chapman for being here, because she has been an advocate, a steady advocate for putting great information to the public and this board. But the fact of the matter is, when you have other issues, and quite honestly, in a political atmosphere, sometimes other things come before it. And believe it or not, we have had rooms and rooms full on many occasions of citizens who care very deeply about animal care, just like you guys do about humans, but we all care about humans. And I guarantee you not one person in here cares less about their pets or any other animal. These are God's creations, God's creatures. We should love and take care of them all. But what I want to say is, this isn't anything new. This is not, we're just jumping in and going to put forth this ordinance. Because even though a lot of work was done to get this information, and I absolutely see why, because we have a lot of downtown business owners and a lot of individuals who have come to the board and said, hey, look, this is bad for my business, and not only is it bad for my business, it's bad for individual safety. People are scared. So they react, and they talk to the board, and they talk to their neighbors, and here we are. So, in my opinion, this is not the direction I want to go, for many reasons, but for the most is, again, what happens to those that can't pay fines, or we don't want to put them in jail, and what about the children? And I'm not saying it for a clap. This is just where we are. So this is nothing new. Stay behind the efforts that you guys care about. That's all I'm asking. So thank you.
Director Neil Martin, and then Director LaVon Martin's next in the queue.
Chief Baker, could I borrow you for a second? So, Chief, I'd kind of like to get an idea from you, if this law were to go into effect, what would that change on the police force?
As it's written?
Yes.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, the enforcement side of it obviously has been talked about. The police department should be used to do this. Some of the language I'm still concerned with. As far as relocating people, we're not in the business of relocating people unless it's to the jail.
Right. And I think that's what Sean said. There would be no relocation.
Well, initially no, but if you issue someone a citation, and there's plenty of people here in this room in the judicial system, I can guarantee you at some point they're going to wind up in jail. Right.
According to Mr. Guard, I think in communication with those court judges, no jail time is going to be.
Right, but so these folks are homeless. They have no income. What typically happens is a citation is issued. They fail to appear for court, or they do appear for court. They don't pay their fine. They don't pay the sanctions that are levied on them, and eventually the courts have no option but to put them in jail. I mean, that's just the end of this. At some point, people will be going to jail.
Sean, can I borrow you real quick? Because obviously, you know, we've seen enough situations, and you know, I talked to, going back to animals. Not that these two things are related, but I was talking to the animal control gentleman in Cabot that, you know, talked about a story that really changed his life, in the fact that they policed a guy that couldn't take care of his animal, put him in. Ultimately gave him fines. Ultimately, he ended up going to jail because he couldn't pay it, and it started this cycle that we don't want to get into. Sean, any thoughts from you on kind of what Chief Baker is talking about, and maybe what's Grants Pass has done, what other communities have done to address this scenario of preventing a cycle of citation, jail, and never being able to get out of that?
Okay. I would like to say something just right before that, and for everybody that's here. I've pastored for 27 years. 27 years I've been ministering the gospel to folks. I've done a food pantry ministry for food handout for over 10 years. I still preach. I still counsel. I still go to hospitals, funerals. So I'm much involved with the soul of the human being. And when the board requested an ordinance be presented, to be honest, this is what the board asked for. And so this is what the city has come up with. And to try and answer your question, Director Martin, my hope and goal is through this ordinance is my department gets the phone calls almost on a daily basis of the homeless activity, the garbage, the trash, the human feces, the urination on the buildings and in the doorways. One business contacted me about 3 weeks ago on the 300 block of Garrison Avenue, where somebody just slung feces all over the front windows. And I had to contact a business owner to have them come in there and clean that up after they got done camping in the doorway and made their mess and walked on. I understand that there's mental issues out there. I understand that there's drug issues out there a lot of the homeless are dealing with. But as the city department, we have to deal with the aftermath. But my hope is with an ordinance of this nature is not so much to incarcerate, but if they're sleeping, lying, or blocking and obstructing the sidewalk or doorway to a business, is to have them move on, gathering materials, and if you want to stand there, if you want to walk there, but the lying and sleeping and camping on the sidewalks on public property, it's become an issue, especially in the downtown area, where we have business owners that are contacting us on a regular basis. Why do I have to clean it up? Why do I have to deal with it? Why can't something get done about this? So that's what the city of Fort Smith, my department, and I know the police department has to deal with pretty much on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, it does. I think you're kind of laying out the other side of it. I mean, we do have a humanity side, obviously. Mm-hmm. We want to take care of people. But we also have the other component. I've seen video of some of the things you're describing, and it's really tough, and it's tough that some people are having to deal with. It's also tough. I mean, I think people have a feel of safety issues coming downtown. I mean, it's even moving over on the east side of town, those types of things. So I think those are things that we've got to think about. Now, let me ask you this: in terms of panhandlers. How does this address panhandlers? Because I think I've seen panhandlers on a sidewalk, sitting in a chair with coolers and all kinds of things. Just kind of, it sounds like this would affect them as well.
Well, I can't speak. Maybe Chief would rather handle the panhandler or Colby.
I mean, I know that we know. Okay, can you explain?
This addresses sleeping on a sidewalk alone. That's the only thing that Grants Pass, the only language Grants Pass had in it regarding sidewalks. I mean, unless if a person is sleeping, they're obviously not panhandling. But I mean, we cannot target panhandlers or even give the appearance that we are. That's
Well, no, I guess what I was looking at is there's some language in there about camping materials and not, I think not being able to have those, or do you have to be sleeping and have camping materials with you to where this falls into that?
Where this would fall into, Director, if it's camping materials such as sleeping bags, tents, blankets and stuff that are left there, or they're actually setting up a campsite, which the ordinance refers to. If they're setting then if they vacate that, then code enforcement would have to deal with the items that are left behind.
And Sean, and I'll ask you this, and I'll ask City Director or City Administrator Dingman this as well. Does the city have regular meetings with homeless providers, clergy, other individuals? Is that something that we're doing at all?
Yes, we do.
How often?
On a monthly basis.
What's the discussions like?
The city enforcement the police department, code enforcement, city administration, CDBG is there. We usually have Sharon from Next Step Day Room there, Salvation Army's there, Chris Joanneside from Hope Campus is there. We have several other entities that come in, and this has been going on. And Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong. We started this some time ago, and
like how long? Like this year?
6 years ago.
About 6 years ago.
6 years. So we've been having these discussions for 6 years. Okay. Keep going. Keep going. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. That's fine. And what we usually discuss on these is Sharon or Chris or Salvation Army, they'll give an update of what's going on at their facilities and the hardships that they're facing. We will give an update on, like, sometimes when we encounter a large homeless encampment and it needs to be cleaned up, when we do the abatement action, we'll alert the police department and say, hey, we're about to clean a large encampment up of tents, debris, buckets of waste, syringes, you name it, we come across it. And then a lot of times when we clean up one of these larger encampments, the people are displaced and they wind up to the downtown area, and Hope sees them, Next Step sees them, Chief of Police, we alert the police department so they can be on extra eyes to make sure that there's no issues going on in the downtown area or surrounding the downtown area.
Is there a general discussion of what do we do to address homelessness in general?
Well, I know I don't want to speak out of turn for Next Step or Hope, but I know Hope is at capacity right now. Sharon with Next Step Day Room, they're doing all that they can to try and help these folks. But here, just speaking for what we experience with the encampments and what we see in the downtown area, we have new faces coming into Fort Smith on a regular basis.
What do you mean by that? I mean, new faces.
New faces.
They're
people we don't recognize. A lot of these encampments we deal with, we kind of see they'll get to the point where the encampment is no longer habitable, or we've given notification, the property owner tells them to vacate and it needs to be cleaned up, and they just relocate to different parts of the city. But when we're in the downtown area and we're checking the CBID area, looking at structures, cleanliness, aesthetics, we're seeing different faces coming in to Fort Smith.
I mean, are you familiar with the homeless?
Yes.
You're familiar with individuals?
We get to know quite a few of them.
And so there's new people coming in, people that, do you ever talk to them as to where they're from?
Well, be honest with you, Director, most of the time when we show up at an encampment, they scatter.
Yeah.
Sometimes when we've done the cleanup on the riverfront, several of them I spoke with, Washington, Seattle, Ohio, Illinois.
Out of state?
Out of state. Now, there are quite a few Fort Smithians mixed in with that, but we also deal with a lot of out-of-state people as well.
How are they getting here?
Bus coming across the Garrison Bridge, dropped off at the Garrison Bridge there in Oklahoma, and they're walking across, coming in through the Van Buren area.
So we have people coming here, being bused here. Somehow that's getting paid for.
Getting bused here, I can't speak for. I can't speak.
Please.
When I speak, just for the public, when I speak to somebody, the ones that want to talk to me, I introduce myself, I ask them what their name is, and I'll ask them where they came from, what brought you here. Down on the riverfront just about a month and a half ago, somebody was setting up a tent. The young man said he was from California. And he said he just made his way here. Didn't ask him whether it was bus, plane, train, or anything like that, but this young man said he was from California, and this was just about a month ago. I do try to get to know him, try to talk to him. When we do encounter him, I try to my department, we try to point them towards Hope, Next Step, any of the nonprofits to see if they might have some Salvation Army, to see if there might be some availability or get some help or food that they might need.
Do you know how many available beds how many beds are available to individuals? I mean, maybe it's not even beds, but how many individuals can be housed or provided a meal for in Fort Smith? Do you have any idea?
Not off the top of my head, Director. I don't want to give out a number and it be incorrect.
Okay. Well, I think we've heard that. We've heard that people are being brought into Fort Smith. I think the original goal of Hope Campus was to serve the needs of people from Fort Smith. And it sounds like that may not necessarily be the case. I think it probably is in some capacity, but may not either. I think that's very interesting. I think that's something that we've got to really pay attention to. I'm going to pause there. Sean, thank you for the information, and I might come back in just a bit.
Director Levon Morton.
Well, I have attended a number of those I think the group's called Homelessness in Downtown meetings over the last year and a half, and I've heard just what Sean described, various problems that occur, extremely difficult individuals that are described, and that is where I first heard of the Next Step program for bus tickets, and I brought that up to the board, and I think at one point the administration said they would be willing to provide money to Next Step for the bus tickets to get people back to their families, not to just send them somewhere, but send them back to their families if that's what they wanted to do. And we all heard Sean describe a few meetings ago that he and Sherry had helped someone out of their own pocket get back to their family in Texas. I have heard the problems. I have never heard any discussion of a solution to the homeless problem. None in all those meetings. And I know of 2 businesses downtown that closed because of homeless people coming into their business. One not in the First or Second or Third Avenue, 3rd Street area, further down, 7th Street or something, 6th or 7th, on the corner, prominent location. But they are something that serves the public, and they have a lot of in and out. And homeless people were coming in there and trashing their restrooms. And they just said, we can't do this anymore, so we are closing our downtown location. And another place that had a female who was it was a retail location. One employee, female in there all the time, who was fearful for her safety. And have had city employees tell me that, this time of year, it's dark at 5 o'clock, 5:30. You work a little bit late, you walk to your car, which is not parked right by City Hall. It's parked maybe a block or 2 over. Homeless people follow them down to their car. And I've had people who were in church parking lots saying, a homeless person tried to get in our car when we were leaving church, and I don't like that. That's what they said to me, expecting me to come up with an idea on how to solve that problem. Now, ultimately, it is a very difficult problem. And, I'm not hearing that this rule is going to result in any different enforcement. So, to me, either we pass this or we just tell the downtown businesses, there's nothing we can do, just board up your store and move somewhere else, and I'm sorry. Well, I'd be happy for all the people who spoke and all the churches to participate in that homelessness in downtown group.
I do. Most of us consistently put in the work about the housing.
Okay. Well, the more the better. I mean, the more people you have, maybe the better ideas you have. But ultimately, unless there is some program that will provide housing for 400 or 500 people in the beginning.
Let's discuss it for another 6 years.
Well, and I'll say this. I was on the United Way board in 2010. That is the first time I'm aware, and I'm not sure, it may have been before that, but that's the first time I'm aware that there was a group formed to study this problem. And I'm pretty sure it included Salvation Army, Next Step, and other organizations like that. And ultimately, I think what they came up with was an idea like Hope Campus. But, you know, it solved the problem for 40 or 60 people or 80 people or whatever they have out there. But, you know, I've called myself and tried to get people into Hope Campus. It's impossible. It's a lottery system, and you make reservations, and you might be there one night and you're not there the next. So it's not, you know, I think they do the best they can. But, I mean, this is a very difficult problem, and the idea was, with this ordinance, was to not have people block sidewalks, and when you drive by 6th and B, when there's nobody there, a big pile of trash sitting along the sidewalk, and you know, all the way down the street. You know, I would welcome solutions, but, you know, issues that it's easy to complain about and do nothing about, that's what this is. You know, the board does try to help businesses, and we try to provide solutions to things. We have allocated a huge amount of money to transition programs, which transition homeless people from being homeless into kind of re-socializing and into a job. And I think all of us fully support that. But, I mean, it's just an extremely difficult problem. And from business people tell me it's getting worse. People walk up to people downtown. You know, we finally got a gas station and a convenience store downtown that stays very busy, but homeless people walk up and ask people for money regularly, all the time. Do you have any money? Can you give me any money? I mean, these are difficult problems. That's what I would say.
Okay, let's move on.
Director Good, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Director Morton, very good points. Very good points.
Okay.
You know, yeah, just a couple of things, because this is a very difficult subject. You know, and listening to some of the speakers before in years past talk about the homelessness crisis, the unhoused people. Matter of fact, I believe the young lady, Ms. Burns, was talking about, you know, how many of us, you know, are one paycheck or so away from being homeless. You know, things happen to people. They lose their jobs, they lose family, they don't have a support system. You know, we know that. I know personally a gentleman that stays on Grand Avenue all the time. Mental health and drug abuse plays into this quite a bit for a lot of people. The gentleman has a place to go. He has family here. He does not want to stay inside. I'm not making excuses for all homeless. I'm just saying this is a very big, diverse problem with a whole lot of topics. And drug abuse is one, mental health issues is another. So we're not going to find one place or one method to fix all the problems. We're not.
Mayor?
I'm sorry, I lost train of thought. But there are programs, particularly listening to Chief Danny Baker, where they address mental health issues and drug abuse. You know, I don't have all the answers at all. All I know is I'm hearing the frustration in people. You know, our staff hears it. Citizen sees it, they get it. I mean, it is a huge problem, we know that. And again, I'm going to ask you, because these issues turn political, if these are issues that you care about, whether it's the Hope Campus or any church, our church even, well, anyway, any organization, nonprofit or profit, that addresses these issues, I ask you, find out when we're talking about these items and come to board meetings. Support these operations like Sharon Chapman, who's advocated for the unhoused and transitional housing. I've been to Next Step Day Room myself personally, talked to people there. They have a phone system, mailing system, where you can try to get a job or try to find some place to go. We have places that are actively trying to help people. Some people don't want the help, plain and simple. Regardless of what you try to do, some people just don't want the help. But I'm going to stop there, and I believe Chief Baker was standing there. I think he might have had. Chief, did you have more to add? And if you don't, I'm sorry, but thank you.
I have plenty to add. It depends on how much of it you want to hear.
I want to hear it.
And let me say, the ordinance that you have before you, I'm neither for nor against. I think that as it's presented, it's constitutionally safe, but I don't think that it's going to have that much of an impact. It's not going to change what it is that you're trying to change. The iterations that were presented initially, I had extreme problems with, and so this is the final product of us all coming together and pretty much mirroring what was done in Grants Pass. But I understand fully the frustration that everybody has about the homeless problem in Fort Smith, and homelessness is not an issue that can be solved by the police, and it's never going to be solved with legislation that targets the homeless. Solutions that are centered around mental health, affordable housing, and substance abuse are the only solutions that are going to have a meaningful impact. And yet, we find the police department continually being thrust at the forefront of these issues. No one in this city is more frustrated with this problem than me or the officers that serve with me. However, it's not against the law to be homeless. Neither is it against the law to suffer from mental illness, to smell bad, to stand on a sidewalk, or to panhandle, and I'll get to more to that in a minute. We, the police, cannot target someone based on their social standing or their housing status. The police department has been elbow deep in this problem for the last 6 years, and I'm confident that we're doing all that we can within the bounds of the law and the Constitution to improve the condition of all of our citizens. Contrary to popular opinion, the homeless in Fort Smith did not commit a large number of serious or violent crimes. And yet the downtown district is the most heavily policed area in this city. Yes, they do generate a significant number of police calls, but most of these are nuisance-type calls, and there have been very few instances of random citizens being attacked or harmed by the homeless persons in Fort Smith. Most of the crime associated with homeless persons is confined to the homeless community. Our overall crime rate has been steadily declining since 2021, with nearly a 30% reduction overall. We have the lowest crime we've had in over 15 years. Mental illness and homelessness are serious problems in our community. These are problems that exist all over the country, not just in Fort Smith. This is a social failure that people who should be housed and cared for in a medical or long-term care facility are wandering our streets because the housing support they need is woefully inadequate. Jails and emergency rooms have become the ad hoc mental institutions in our country, and something needs to be done. And despite not being a police issue, the police department has led the way in Arkansas in changing the way that we address mental illness in our community. We're one of the first departments to implement a co-response crisis intervention unit designed specifically to address the issues created by those suffering from mental illness and acute substance abuse. This unit's been incredibly successful at connecting individuals to the resources that will help improve their overall condition, not just address the point of crisis. They've been instrumental in finding permanent housing for some and have sought treatment for hundreds of individuals with mental health and substance abuse issues. I've personally championed increasing funding at the state level to address this mental health crisis. I would encourage you all to do the same. There are numerous mental health and homeless service providers here in Fort Smith, overwhelmed with clients who are always looking for volunteers. The FSPD regularly volunteers with many such agencies in our community. The City of Fort Smith, which has always included the police department, has been regularly meeting with key stakeholders in our community to continually assess and address the homeless situation in our community. These meetings have occurred on a monthly basis for at least the last 6 years and consist of representatives from the police department, administration, neighborhood services, homeless service providers, business owners, clergy, and other community leaders. Many action items have resulted from these meetings. Some of those actions have included increased police presence in areas impacted most by the homeless, removal of homeless encampments, deployment of police camera trailers to record and deter crime, the Change Helps sign campaign we've seen around the city to encourage citizens not to give money to panhandlers, environmental changes to deter loitering by the homeless, ordinance changes, and a constant line of communication among us all. The police department supervises a work crew that provides alternative sentencing options for Rise Court, which was implemented specifically to address homeless issues and jail crowding. You might have seen a recent news report about these folks helping to maintain the Christmas honors wreaths at the National Cemetery. They also clean up trash all over downtown, wash police cars, and help out with other community needs as they arise. And I said I would talk about panhandling. Panhandling and homelessness are two entirely separate issues. Yes, there are some homeless people who engage in panhandling, but there are as many or more people out there soliciting handouts in our city who have homes, vehicles, and in some cases other jobs. They're doing it because it's worth it. So as long as people continue to hand out their hard-earned cash, there's going to be somebody there willing to take it. They're also there because it's their constitutional right to do so. And I respectfully submit that there is no ordinance that you can enact to make it okay for us to target panhandlers, and to expect us to do so is unfair, and it places us, the police, in great legal peril, because we know that it's unconstitutional to do that. Our officers will lose qualified immunity and could be personally sued for enforcing unconstitutional ordinances. And I'm not saying that the ordinance in front of you is unconstitutional. I believe that it is. But we have to be very careful and not doing things that tread that fine line. There are already laws that are in place to address the safety concerns that many have expressed. Colby kind of hit on those a little bit, but disorderly conduct and loitering are both state laws that address what behaviors are illegal regarding blocking sidewalks and streets, and they're enforced with regularity by our police department. And I'm sure that our district court judges and our city prosecutor can attest to that. So in closing, I just want to say I understand, as you've all said, that this is a complex situation, but I really believe that there are a lot of people working very hard to solve it. And from my point of view, the more that we do to address the root causes of homelessness rather than the behavior that maybe makes us uncomfortable, the more that we're going to get toward actually solving the problem.
Thank you. Director George Kasavage.
Can we call a vote, please?
We need 5 to support that.
Call a vote?
Yes, I think you do.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I would support that.
Okay. I mean, we got it. Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Call the roll.
Well, this is on number 1.
Right. Yes, sir.
Okay, not on the vote. This is on ordinance number 1, one we just discussed.
Right.
Okay, this didn't. Okay, go ahead.
Are we ready to vote on the item, or do you want to call
No,
the
do we have
vote?
to vote on to call the vote or not?
That's what
Yes.
we just did.
Okay, so that passed. Okay, I got it. Let's go.
Madam
Are
Clerk.
you, Madam Clerk,
Madam Clerk,
are you requesting a roll call
Yes.
vote on calling the
Call
question?
the roll, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, start again.
So this is a roll call vote on ending debate.
Right.
And
On
you need-
ending debate.
and you need 5 votes to do that, correct?
Okay, yeah, that's fine. Okay, there you go.
And if I could, who seconded that?
I did.
Okay. Directors Rego?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Morton?
Yes.
George Katsavas?
Yes?
Christina Katsavas?
Yes.
Settle?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Motion passes 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
This is on the ordinance.
This is on the ordinance, yes.
Okay.
Directors Good?
No.
Morton?
I'm going to comment before I vote. I mean, this ordinance is an attempt to provide our police department with a tool to clean up encampments in public places. That's what it's intended to be. And I think it's something many cities have adopted. We will see if it improves our situation or not. I'd like to help those downtown businesses. I don't want to see them all close up.
Let's finish the vote. Let's finish the vote.
I vote yes.
Okay, thank you.
George Katsavas?
Is it my turn?
Yes.
Thank you all. Thank you for bearing with us. No.
Christina Katsavas?
No.
Settle?
Yes.
Martin?
Yes.
Rego?
No.
The motion is defeated with 3 in favor and 4 opposed.
Item number 2.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to table item number 2 at the request of administration.
It just needs to,
Or
it just needs no action. It is not needed any longer.
Okay.
Okay.
That was, and because the lien has been paid.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, there'll be no action on item 2 because the lien has been satisfied. So with that, we'll go to item 3.
We do have an individual here to speak on item 2.
Okay.
If you would wish to hear.
Yes.
Yes.
Don Plumley.
You recognize, go ahead.
My name is Don Plumley. I was here on the November 19th, 2024 meeting regarding a lien being placed on my property. At that time, I explained how such was fraudulent. I was then referred to your December 9th meeting before the Board of Appeals, of which I explained the same situation to them. They agreed to graciously waive those fees and not charge me anything, but that still doesn't fix the underlying issue of the fact that I was defrauded. You violated my constitutional rights to due process, and that's still ongoing in my opinion, and I'm asking the board to kind of review their nuisance ordinance to that effect, because I feel such is unconstitutional. And I've already provided a written complaint to the board that kind of details that out, and I'm happy to update that. But that's why I'm here, just to point that out.
Okay, so noted. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. This time we'll go to item 3.
This item is an ordinance officially renaming a portion of North 32nd Street between Grand Avenue and North O Street as CF Tidwell Avenue in honor and memory of community service icon Ms. Charlotte Tidwell.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, are there any citizens' comments on this item?
Yes, we have several. The first being Paulo Mariah. Is that correct?
Yes. The reason we're here is for the business, we need to change the address and everything, like checks and customers and vendors and everything else. It's going to be a huge cost for all the companies on the street. We don't have anything against the person. I just try to find some other way to honor her. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments on that.
Next, we have Susan Yates. And as Ms. Yates makes her way, we'll also have Harold Yates.
My name is Susan Yates. I have had T&F office machines for been in business for over 60 years, and I have just going to open T&F, moving my location to 1305 North 32nd. And so in this change, I will have to redo all of my paperwork and signage and that type of thing. But I did want to say that if there is another solution, this is a wonderful woman, a wonderful ministry, and if there is some other way that we could honor her and her ministry, I think that would be very appropriate. Maybe, I don't know, maybe some other kind of something at the park, something where lots of people would be able to see that. So again, I would like to keep the address of North 32nd, but if there's a way that we can honor her, I would be very much for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. What we're going to do, we're going to continue with those that want to speak on the item, but we do have a solution when they're heard, and we'll call on Mr. Demon to present that to us. Madam Clerk, the next person.
Yes, Harold Yates has indicated to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Okay. Lacey Ree.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. We too have a business on North 32nd. I love Ms. Tidwell. She was a wonderful woman. And I do believe that she needs to be honored, but I don't think that it has been considered the impact that it's going to cause on the businesses on that street. We have thousands of vendors. We have thousands of contractors that we do business with, not to mention 3 different businesses that we have, that address on our checks, and it's been there for many, many years. It's going to cause a large hardship on not only our business, but the other businesses on that street to make all those changes, both monetarily and time consuming. So I would ask that you please consider a different way to honor her rather than change our street address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would it be appropriate?
Next, we have Terry Reese.
Thank you. I'm the owner of Mid-South Painting, and we're at 1220 North 32nd. Been there ever since about 1989, and we do work from here all the way to the East Coast. We run several different companies out of that same office. We've expanded into an old building across the street that you guys were going to condemn at one time, and so we now occupy about 77,000 square feet under roof. There on the 32nd and 31st Street. I'd ask you to reconsider changing the name of the street. You can put in honor of, you can put a statue, name a park, you can do whatever you want to do. We were big supporters of her, and we donated a van for their use. Gave it to them whenever they were doing the remodel. We let them use our warehouse to store their stuff in, food. And anyway, been around a long time, but don't really want to change my address. And if you guys could think of a better way, I sure would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Terry.
Yeah.
And last, we have Jessica Mendez.
Hello. I'm speaking on behalf of my parents. They're homeowners on North 32nd Street. I think that changing the street name could lead to significant disruptions for our community. It could lead to confusion with residents and disrupt local businesses. People are used to current street names and unfamiliar with new one and could cause confusion. Changing the name could also reduce property values because potential buyers may find a street name with a recent name change less appealing as it may not have the same recognition or reputation. Another concern would be the cost associated with updating addresses on driver's license, utility bills, and other official documents. People would need to spend money and time making these changes. The adjustments could also cause disruptions with GPS systems, especially for visitors or people unfamiliar with Fort Smith. Instead of changing the street name, I would suggest adding a plaque with her name on top of the existing street or creating a memorial or community project in her honor. This would allow us to honor her without disrupting the lives of current residents and businesses. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we're going to go to Mr. Administrator.
Thank you, Mayor. In light of this, the anticipation of this discussion, our planning department actually went through each of the affected properties and addressed each of the property owners to tell them about this evening. Doing such by ordinance and making an official street name change affects 911 addressing and all of the official addressing that everyone has mentioned. What I might suggest is I've drafted a resolution that is similar in language to the ordinance that's in your packet that designates an honorary name to that section of North 32nd Street from Grand to Zero. It will still officially be North 32nd Street, but we will place honorary sign blades also along that route to honor the memory of and service of Ms. Tidwell.
So none of the businesses have changed their address then?
If we do it by resolution, it'll be honorary in nature, and there will be no required change.
We did this fairly recently, or in the last few years, with a priest or saint over off of just kind of north of here, and then we also have done it with the Saigon Street that we had a ceremonial name Saigon.
We have a number of honorary street
names. Do we? Okay,
And
that's what that is.
Darby's another one.
Yeah.
Darby's one.
Right, which is 8th Street or 7th Street.
Okay, thank you.
So I might offer a resolution consideration instead of an ordinance.
That's fine with me. I think.
So I'd like to make a motion to accept the resolution as presented for the honorary.
Okay,
street
second.
name.
Okay,
Second.
That's what Mr. Dingman just presented.
right.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Clerk, would you read the resolution?
It's not required.
It's not required, okay. Are there any further comments from the board? Okay, if not, Director Rigo.
Director, you can go first.
Director Good, and then
Thank you,
Director
Mayor.
Rigo.
So, just for you folks, just to know, so this was initially, and it actually happened, we were just asking for a memorial, an honorary street sign for Mrs. Tidwell. The family was called in. We had already had this planned and in the works, and we wanted to present her with that before her passing. We just barely made it and was able to present her with the honorary name of the street sign. And during that time, we were actually having our budgetary meetings. So I left to meet with the family, and it was a very celebrating occasion because the community knew how much Charlotte Tidwell and their family loved this community. And she had absolute passion and love for feeding those that didn't have as much, that had less. So it was just said to me, well, why don't we name the street, just the portion of the street on 32nd Street from North O to Grand. So it was brought to me by several individuals, a couple of board members, so I passed it on to administration. And they did let me know that there were approximately, is it 20 or 30 properties, Maggie, that had to be contacted?
20, yes, sir.
Right. So in no way were we trying to inconvenience anyone in the matter. But again, we were just trying to honor a woman who gave a large portion of her life to this community. And I do realize that there are other ways, just as other board members and administration does too. And Jeff, I want to thank you for having this resolution ready. But again, It was just a measure to honor a woman, what her nonprofit has done for the community and continues to do. Even though she's passed, she's left a living legacy, you know, on this community. So, but thank you all for coming out.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, if there are no further comments, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll on the resolution?
Directors Morton,
Well, question first. I mean, do we have to vote 7-0 to add this resolution to the agenda? Or do
No,
we just amend the original resolution?
it's germane to the issue.
It's the same topic as the ordinance,
Okay,
so
we
it's
can
on the
just
same
vote.
topic.
Okay.
Yes.
I vote yes.
George Katsavas,
Yes.
Christina Katsavas,
Yes.
Settle,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Rego,
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
It's approved, 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Item number 4.
Item number 4 is a resolution authorizing a purchase and sale agreement whereby the city intends to purchase the building at 623 Garrison Avenue for continued use as Fort Smith City Hall. The Board of Directors approved a resolution at the October 8th regular meeting, expressing that the desired location of city administrative offices is in downtown Fort Smith at the 623 Garrison Avenue facility. Since that time, the staff has worked with the building owner to come to terms and present the purchase and sale agreement before you this evening. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any citizens' comments on this item?
Yes, we have one, Kim Fodge.
Good evening. I just have a question. On number 15, on page 8 of the purchase and sale agreement, it mentions an exchange of like-kind properties. Is anything being exchanged for the purchase of this property?
Good question.
No, there's no other city properties being exchanged for this.
There's nothing. Okay,
no,
I was a little confused by what that meant, and I was just curious if we were buying this property in exchange for something else. But I would like to say that I think this is in the best interest of the city to purchase this building.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to save the city over $100,000 a year. Over 20 years, it's going to be a savings of $2.1 million. So I think y'all are making the right decision on this, and I'm glad you're doing this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens' comments, Madam Clerk?
None indicating.
Okay, this time we'll entertain a motion to adopt a resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Director Neil Martin.
So, when we sign this, we'll go through an inspection, right? Is that correct, Jeff?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
When we sign this agreement, we'll go through an inspection?
Yes. Approval of this agreement will set forth a few things in motion. There will be an inspection period once we get to that point. The other things that it will do will set forth the banks in terms of preparing the terms of the financing that we will need to incur over the period of 20 years to pay the purchase price. And as we've discussed in the past, there will be a dedication of, there intends to be, I'm sorry, upon your approval, a dedication of franchise fee revenues to pay the debt service, which will allow it to qualify over a 20-year period. But yes, there will included in here is a due diligence period,
Right.
30 days for
right?
inspection. Yes, sir.
Right. So will we get the results of that, the due diligence? I know we have people that are moving right now due to mold in the building.
Yes.
I think we've got to look at asbestos and some other things, which has me concerned about moving forward with it. Financially, I think this makes a good deal, or it makes a lot of sense because of if you look at how much we paid over time, we could have bought this building twice, I think, more than twice. So I think this makes sense. I am not sold on financing it over 20 years. I wouldn't be opposed to just paying it off, buying it outright. But I want to be able to see the results of that inspection, because I think that's key. And with it being the 17th of December, can we delay signing this until the first of the year so we have a full month, really a full 30 days? There's going to be people out. If we sign this tonight, there's going to be people out during Christmas, maybe that entire week. We get a quarter of our time gone. Can we hold off and sign this in January?
As I said, a few things start in motion, and they will, I mean, the 30 days won't start until we get to the point where we are leading up to closing and we've got the financing in place, because one of the contingencies in here is it's all predicated upon us achieving the financing terms that are acceptable to the board. So the 30 days won't start until that period.
So, and the financing options will have to come back to the board for approval.
Yes, sir. And then actually there'll be a bond ordinance that you'll need to have. It'll be at least 2 different times, because there'll need to be a public hearing about the dedication of revenues, and then there'll be the subsequent meeting where we'll pass a bond ordinance to issue the debt.
Okay, so this comes back to us a couple times.
Yes, but I start approving this evening allows us to start working with the banks to get some of that stuff going. I don't think we won't lose the benefit of the 30 days. In the agreement, it talks about we intend to close by the end of February if we can. The mold remediation and the weatherization that you spoke about is included in the agreement that the current owner will remediate that before closing, and that'll all be well inspected and documented.
And can we get documentation on terms of the ancillary costs associated with the building, cleaning, those types of things that we have to pay on a monthly basis?
Mm-hmm. A lot of those things we are the only tenant in the building right now, so we are incurring some of those costs already, yes.
Okay, so we have that. All right, thank you.
Okay. Are there any further comments? Please call the roll.
Directors George Katsavas,
Yes.
Christina Katsavas,
Yes.
Settle,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Rigo,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Morton.
I vote yes, but I just want to say it's really important that we have the elevators inspected by elevator experts, because that's $200,000-$300,000 if there's a problem for each one. Okay.
Indeed.
Motion passes 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
We just got notice that Santa Claus was somewhere in the neighborhood.
Somebody heard a jingle bell.
They heard jingle bells. Did anyone see Santa Claus? If he's here, he needs to come and,
Santa's a little tipsy.
Bring a little cheer to our board, and we're going to do the ladies first here. And I tell you what, Santa went all out for you ladies this year. We got some soup bowls with chicken noodle soup mix in there. On each and every one of these bowls has a recipe on there, Deputy City Administrator. You can make vegetable soup, potato soup. There we go. And we even got one for the city clerk.
Oh.
She's been actually especially nice this year. There you go. Well, I know Director Santa usually gives out candies and chocolate, but we thought to take it up a notch.
Yeah.
And get a little bit more manly. And so, with that, our board of directors and our mayor and administrator, how about some Hickory Farm?
Oh, nice.
Oh, I tell you.
Thank you, Santa.
Merry Christmas.
Is that
Merry
chocolate?
Christmas.
Is that chocolate?
Oh, there ain't no chocolate, George.
And
What
you
is
can't open it just yet.
Can't
open it just yet.
You're starving? We'll open that thing up right
Oh,
now.
this
Help
is
yourself
so
there.
great, so great. Thank you.
Jeff, Merry Christmas.
let's give Santa a round of applause. This is our own Sean Guard. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Sean grows that beard every year just to be Santa Claus. Sean grows his beard.
You mean Santa Claus?
Santa Claus. Okay. Let's go to item 4. 5. Item 5.
Item number 5 is a resolution authorizing a contract with Baker Tilly for outsourced internal audit services for 2025. And our CFO, Andy Richards, will present this item and answer your questions.
Well, thanks for letting me follow Santa Claus. That's great. So item 5 is a resolution and an agreement with for internal audit services for Baker Tilly. The Audit Advisory Committee had met back in November and discussed, this was a proposal that I requested, or a summary of qualification I requested for Baker Tilly to just offer up the services to help our internal audit department while we're trying to fill our director position. And so we discussed that with the Audit Advisory Committee, and it was unanimous at the meeting to recommend that, you know, we do a contract with Baker Tilly so we can help our staff, internal auditors, right now during this time while we try to search for a replacement for the director position. And so the contract's for 12 months, but we can terminate this arrangement or modify it however we need to as we conduct our search and find a replacement for the department head for that department. So I'll stop and I'll take questions.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any citizens' comments?
Yes, just one. Kim Fodge.
It's my understanding that the current internal audit department, specifically the internal audit director, reports to the city administrator. Is this true? It's not true?
They report to the board.
No, not how it is right now. Andy's in charge of.
Oh, you mean right now? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so the internal audit director reports to the city administrator?
Right now, there's a vacancy in the internal audit director.
But if there was a director, they would report to the city administrator?
If there was an internal audit director, that person would report to the city board directly.
Okay.
They should, but right now, it's Andy, who's finance, who reports to the administrator.
Well,
but that's not how it should be.
I'm sorry. I was under the impression that the internal audit director reports to the city administrator. Mm-hmm. If that's true, I think this is the wrong approach, as it can easily allow manipulation, possible corruption, or hinder department employees from providing an accurate analysis or for fear of retaliation or retribution. Audits are necessary to determine whether records, documents, policies, and procedures are in compliance with ordinances, rules, regulations, contracts, etc. And it's vital for transparency and trust that audits are conducted with accuracy, honesty, and more importantly, are conducted independently. Thus, I believe the purview of this position should be the responsibility of the Board of Directors and should not be answerable to any paid employee of the city. So thank you.
There you go.
You want to tell her that they do report to the board?
Just as clarification, the director of internal audit position, when it is filled, does report directly to the Board of Directors. In my estimation, this outsourced function with Baker Tilly, who is a bona fide audit provider for municipal entities across the nation, will serve that capacity in an unbiased way, regardless of who is administering their contract, because they have an obligation to do so, and they are a public accounting firm and many other things in terms of responsible auditors. And Andy has worked with them and can comment further if he likes. Okay.
Thank you. Director, did you have any further comments?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yes.
You know, the way our city government is set up, we don't have a whole lot of checks and balances, and this is one of them. So Ms. Fodge is right. The city internal auditor should report directly to the board, and that's how it's laid out. Right now, because the board has failed to do one of our most basic duties, which is fill this position, which has been vacant for 8 to 9 months, would that be accurate? Mm-hmm. So Andy is in charge, which is a conflict of interest. I mean, can we all agree to that?
I agree with that. I
Yeah.
mean, when you know, there's no leadership in that department. So I do have audit experience from public accounting from years ago, and when the internal audit director left, you know, I was put in charge, but to not wade into the matters that would inflict. That's why we need somebody like this to oversee the work they're doing. I don't want to influence the audit projects that the staff do, because I agree with you. I should not be overseeing the work. That's why we want somebody like this firm.
I wasn't
be in
saying
charge.
that you sought the position out. I know you were
Right.
appointed to that. I'm expressing my disappointment that the board has gone 8 to 9 months without filling this position, and my fear is that if we contract with someone, we will never fill this position. So I believe that we need to hire someone, and I believe it can be done. And I believe we should be involved in the process directly, hands-on, because that's our duty to do so. I'll yield my time to someone else.
Thank you. Let me go Director Neil Martin.
I make a motion to approve item 5.
Second. Thank you. Now we can continue.
Thank you. Now, Director Neil Martin will come this way.
I'm kind of I'm inclined to what Director Katsavas said. I think we need, I do believe this gets us on a path to having, not hiring a auditor. So I think we need to focus on that effort. However, if the board is not willing to, if the board wants to pass this, which I'm probably a no vote, but if the board wants to pass it, I believe we need to have a representative on the board that is maybe a direct contact with Baker Tilly. I know there's 2 of us on the audit committee, Director Good and me, that potentially could oversee that. But you know, I think the board needs to weigh heavily in on the audit plan for 2025 if this passes. But that would be the caveat I would put in, that there's a representative from the board of directors, as not necessarily say the direct oversight, but the one that they contact, that they speak to, that they develop plans for, and we go from there. I think that's I have a feeling this is going to pass, and that's why I feel like that's something we need to do.
Director Rigo.
Thank you. Andy, would you mind just sort of refreshing us on, I guess, what the completion status is of the 2024 audit plan that, of course, was probably put into place towards the beginning of the year before the internal auditor left. And obviously, I would suggest that, you know, we would have a role, if we so desired, in endeavoring to formulate an audit plan for 2025 to sort of point whomever, an unbiased outside firm, or, you know, when we complete the process of hiring someone, to point them in the direction that we wish to see them, and or just spur work in some form or fashion. So what's the status of what's underway and what's on the horizon?
I don't recall all the specifics of where we are, but I know that they've gotten through, I think there were 9 audit projects basically for the year. And I know that they're wrapping up a few of them.
Based on an email
Put
that
the
was sent to us on November the 12th.
Well, that would be, that's
from
probably more
Christie,
accurate. Yeah.
It seems as though they are on the verge of completing almost everything. And so my question is, has there been any sort of marker or plan laid out as of yet for 2025?
No, well, we discussed that at the audit committee meeting on November 7th. And the input I got back from the audit committee members is that they wanted Baker Tilly to help develop the plan with the input from the audit committee and the board members and the whole assessment. They felt like, I believe they felt like they get a good quality risk assessment from an outside firm helping through this process. And so that's why, there hasn't been a plan developed for 2025. We would start that in January if this passes.
Understood. Thanks for the feedback, Andy.
Director Settle.
Thank you. Jared, you kind of hit what I was going to go to is, if this does pass tonight, is there any way we can have Baker Tilly here at a study session the first month of January, develop that plan, work with the board, work with the audit committee? Is that something they could be here on site on a study session to help us develop that?
I think we could do that. We would have to pay their travel costs and things, but I'd probably get that arranged.
Okay. I mean, that's at least we can have a say. And then to your point, Jared, the audit committee would have a say with the members that are on there, and Director Good and Director Martin are part of that group now. So I think that might be a way to do what we need to do. And then to your point, Christina, we did interview 3 candidates. They weren't 3 good candidates. I think the recommendation by HR was wait till the beginning of the year. It's beginning of the year's coming up, so let's post the job, let's get it rolling and see what happens. And I think that's the next thing. Let's keep our feet to the fire. And so to HR, let's post the job at the first of the year and let's see what candidates we get.
Okay. Thank you, Director Settle. Director Christina Casares.
So do we need a motion for that, to set a date to start the search? Does anybody?
Staff is taking direction that would start it after the first of the year, so we can.
Okay, so Andy, you said we're on target for the 2024 audit plan?
We're wrapping it up. I don't think they'll be done by the end of this month, but they're getting close.
So if we have been able to stay on target without spending $10,000 a month, is there a need to introduce a third party?
I think there is. I mean, the staff that we have is, relatively, they don't have a lot of experience. So, I mean, I've kind of sensed that they need more leadership. I can't spend all that time with them on the audit projects, and like I said, I shouldn't be weighing in and being influential on the audit work that they're doing. So I think having Baker Tilly, I think that would give them, that's a good opportunity for them to learn from some outside people that do this across the country with other municipalities and other local governments. I think that they could learn from this process. So I feel like this would be a good experience for them.
Well, I would, just like, I think this will pass, I'm going to be against it, but I think it is imperative that they are addressing us directly, because they will work directly for the board. That's crucial. So, we need to make sure there's not a lot of back and forth and getting lost in translation. I would like to help shape the audit plan for 2025. There's some audits I'd like to order in the utilities department. Thank you.
Director Neil Martin.
Well, and I would like to make a motion that we appoint someone on this board as the primary point of contact from an oversight perspective, or from a perspective of asking questions, being able to answer some questions, just to hopefully maintain some of the checks and balances that are there. I mean, if they're going back to Andy asking questions of Andy, I don't think that's the right way to go. So I think it needs to be one of us. I would offer myself up for that. So I make a motion to make one of us, me, Director Good, probably the most likely, to be the board point of contact to help craft and shape the 2025 audit and to provide answers and guidance on the audit process in 2025.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on that item. Is there any discussion on it? Okay, Director Good.
Yeah, because my name was mentioned, I wouldn't mind being a point of contact, but I'll be very honest with you. Like we've discussed many times about board members, getting too far in the weeds. That is not my field of expertise, and I don't feel confident in being a point of contact for Baker Tilly, even if they're just giving me information that I would be then responsible to getting back to the committee and staff. We have a very capable audit staff. Mm-hmm. We have one employee that's getting a certification, I believe, that might not be ready. I might be speaking out of turn, but I don't want to talk about any individual and what they're doing. But the one thing that I know, serving on the audit committee, we're trying to keep Andy from being that main person. Like Director Christina Kasavitz mentioned, we're not trying to even give the appearance of anything not being done correctly and above board. So the idea of bringing in Baker Tilly was to use this hybrid method to give accountability, professionalism, to give information to our currently working staff that we still have, and working with Andy. So, and again, like Director Settle mentioned, we definitely have started the process of hiring someone for an internal auditor, and the 3 candidates that I believe that applied just were not chosen. So we are still in what I believe we were still going to move forward with getting an internal auditor, not necessarily staying with the hybrid, but using it as an interim. Thank you.
Director Christina Savage.
Well, I would say, just to push back on that a little bit, we didn't really do the hiring process. Administration did the hiring process. I want the hiring process to be with the board from the beginning, because we didn't get to see all the candidates. We were presented with 3, and it's my belief that we were presented with 3 of the least qualified to push this through. And I don't think after last week, I don't think we have to worry about that as much as we do. But I just want to emphasize, this is our waste, fraud, and abuse department, and this is really serious, and it's really important we get it right. So if the search hasn't started by the 2nd meeting in January, I will be making a motion to get that going. Thank you.
Director George Kasavage.
Thank you, Mayor. Andy, so we have how many people in our department? We have Christy and who else?
And Lucretia Perkins.
Okay.
Got 2 staff auditors.
Did they just not finish an audit of the convention center?
Yeah, they did. Of the contract.
Yeah. So you're saying they're not capable of performing just a general basic audit?
I mean, I think they are, but I think they need more assistance. I mean, the contract, that was kind of a smaller project. But we also need the other thing is we need to plan audit projects for 2025. Mm-hmm. And so the idea is we get their help with the risk assessment.
Okay, why can't our audit committee do that then?
They can, but they would do that in conjunction with Baker Tilly. And
okay, why do you need Baker Tilly? Why can't so our audit committee is just too stupid to do that?
We need to do it, George. I think we need to.
The audit committee asked for it.
Might want to rephrase that more kindly.
Why? What I'm saying, our audit committee, we don't have anybody smart enough to do an audit. Is that what you're telling me?
There's a set of standards and a process that you go through typically. Typically, the audit committee or a board doesn't set the audit plan. There's usually a certain amount of planning work, investigative work. They communicate with you all and get your feedback, and they do a risk assessment, and find out what the highest risk areas are, and then they present that to the audit committee or the board, whoever wants to approve it, and set the plan. That's normally the process. And so I'm just recommending, and the audit committee members are too, I believe, from the meeting, that they assist with that process.
Okay, who came up with $10,000 a month salary?
That was proposed by Baker Tilly.
And
when I told them this is what we would like for you to propose on, that's what they came up with.
And we accepted it?
No one's accepted anything. This is for
Well, I
you
mean, if
to
this is
approve.
approved, then we accept it. Okay, so
No one's approved the contract or the.
so you say, okay, by us voting on this, this isn't a precursor to take the audit department out away from the directors and do it internally with the city?
No, this is to help.
You know, it's called distrust of government.
We are concerned about hiring an internal audit director. We don't know how long it's going to take. We didn't, the first round we didn't come up with any qualified candidates.
Yeah.
And so, we could start the search in January.
Yeah.
We don't know what the field of candidates are going to be. And so this allows us to continue on into 25 with the audit plan while we make that search.
Okay.
And there's no, we can end this at any time.
The board can end it.
Yeah.
All right, well, okay. I'm not going to vote for it, but I mean, I'm just.
Mr. Mayor, I think there's a motion on the floor from Director Martin.
Yes,
Well, we're still commenting.
yes, still commenting. I think Director Christine Savage.
I would just like to say, I believe it was Ronald Reagan who said the scariest words in the English language are, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help." Hiring them to come in and help, I mean, it really gives me great pause. The audit committee, they're an advisory committee, and it feels sometimes like they're making decisions for us, and we're the ones who are accountable and have to answer for those. So
They don't make decisions. They're just a consultant. They don't make the decisions. Audit committee and the board of directors make the decisions.
well, I suppose you could say they make suggestions to administration, which administration presents to us as something that needs to be taken action on. Would that be a fair statement?
Not necessarily.
The audit department would communicate directly with the audit committee and the board. They don't go through administration. Administration typically has nothing to do with that process as far as developing the plan.
Okay, I'm going to yield. I think Levon's got something he'd like to say, so I'm going to yield my time back.
So, I think it would be worthwhile for the board to see the type of work that Baker Tilly presents, because I've been an outsourced internal audit department at Ernst & Young, and that is not the ideal situation at all. You want that expertise in-house. The problem we're having, and we saw it in the interviews, and I think that all the members of the audit committee, which I think there were 5 or 6, participated in the interviews of those 3 people. In addition to the mayor and administration, I think Director Katsavis was there also. The problem that we have in the auditing profession right now is there's a shortage of auditors. So the large accounting firms and the medium-sized accounting firms and the smaller accounting firms are hiring up all the graduates and paying people to leave private industry and go into public accounting because they don't have enough people to do the work, because the number of accounting graduates in the last few years has declined dramatically because of the 5-year requirement that exists for taking the CPA exam. Now, it's declined so much that this year a number of states are actually going to right now it's 5 years of college plus 1 year of experience. They're going to a 4 years of college and 2 years of experience alternative. You can do either one because they recognize the shortfall. So that's what we're running into in trying to hire a qualified head of the department. Is there's tremendous demand for these people, and we're not, and the municipal accounting area is a pretty narrow, it's a pretty niche area in the accounting world, and there's great demand for them. And Baker Tilly has great experience in municipal auditing, and you know, I'd be interested myself to see what kind of a job they do and how they work with our two very diligent people. We have very diligent people. They don't have supervisory experience, though. They have down in the trenches looking at the invoices and things like that. That's their experience, and they're very good at it. So, yeah, I think it's a good idea, and it's one of those, as Mr. Richards said, we can terminate this any time. If we find somebody good in 4 months or 3 months or 2 months, we can end this arrangement, and all we would have done is produce 2 hours, you know, an audit plan and get a good start into 2025. So I'm in favor of this, and the $10,000 is not an unreasonable cost. You know, I think that's probably less than the cost, including fringe benefits, that we were incurring with the audit director we have, and I think it'll be less than the cost that we incur in the future for an audit director. So,
Director Settle.
You know, I was just going to talk to the board is, in light of what we're hearing tonight, do we even consider maybe tabling this, bring Baker Tilly to us and have them present to what Levon says to the board with the audits they do?
There you go.
So the board can see this on a first-hand basis. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm trying to find a solution here with all of us. I get where everybody's at. You know, I think a year ago I wanted to go private with this. This is what I want to do. And I'm for this, but I'm also trying to figure out, did we come up with a solution that we all can kind of get behind and say, let's bring them here on site, talk to them, see what audits they do, what services they can handle, and then that way some of the questions Levon and Christina have maybe get answered, have the audit committee here at the same time, and kind of brainstorm together and see what we come up with. Because we can go out and look for an auditor, and we might not get anybody. And then Andy's, you know, this gets into that conflict. So maybe, you know, then at that point, maybe what Neil brings up is a good idea. We appoint one board to be the contact with Baker Tilly, and I'm okay with that too. So trying to find a solution for this board to come up with an idea that, you know, if we want to table it, I think that'd be a good idea, and that way we can ask Baker Tilly to come in, present to the board in January of what the options are, and bring the audit committee here, and then at that point, do we get some questions answered that are better than second-guessing ourselves down the road? So I'm just trying to come up with a solution to the board to get us to keep moving the ball down the road. So I'll offer that as an option for us to consider, but if not, we'll have a vote. So,
Any other comments from the board?
I'll make that motion to table then.
I think Director.
We have a motion on the floor, right?
Not to table.
No, we have a motion to vote on.
There's a motion and a second on the floor for
Right.
Director Martin's suggestion to be the liaison with Baker Tilly. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
That's what I have, yes.
okay.
Okay.
So that needs to be dealt with one way or the other.
Okay.
Let's vote on it.
Director Good, you have a comment, and then we'll take the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a comment. Just want to remind the board and the audience that these meetings, the audit committee meetings, are open to the public and each board member, if you so choose to attend. With all the questions that we have, please get involved and go to the meetings. You know, I can't say enough on the information that's given at these meetings. Again, I'm not an auditor, but the audit committee are highly trained in those fields because that's their field that they work in. You know, our former chair, George Moschner, you know, ran and oversaw the committee meetings for a couple of decades, I believe. You know, these are a smart group of people. So even to murmur, you know, that they're not smart enough, they are, you know. But again, if you have the questions and not sure of where we're going or why, come to the meetings. That's my best suggestion. And I sat there and I listened to, you know, some very intelligent people talk this through. And the hybrid method for the time being, in my opinion as well, I was going to suggest it, but the way it was presented is the method to go, especially for right now moving forward. And I'm not saying permanently. And one other comment, and I'm not, you know, bashing the board at all in our responsibility or not hiring a person, because I think that the internal auditor reports to the board. The board of director never hires that person. We don't do the hiring. You know, we may have input in choosing, but that auditor reports to us. I can't recall any time that I personally hired an auditor. But if that's the direction that the board wants to go to and put that in some type of proposal, I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying, to my knowledge, I've never hired an internal auditor.
We do have a motion on the floor, and that motion is to add Director Neil Martin. So, as a point of contact, thank you. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Directors Christina Katsavas. Yes. Settle.
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Rego.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Morton.
Yes.
George Katsavas.
Yes.
The motion passes 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
And now we'll go to the resolution itself. Any other comments on the resolution? If not, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Director Settle.
Yes.
Martin.
No.
Rego.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Morton.
Yes.
George Katsavas.
No.
Christina Katsavas.
No.
Motion passes 4 in favor and 3 opposed.
Okay, without objection, let's take a 10-minute
Yeah,
break,
good
please.
idea.
Thank you. If we get our board members back in place. Okay, we're going to start with item 6. You recognize Josh.
Well, by way of introduction, item 6 is a resolution approving and authorizing the execution of a subaward grant agreement with the Arkansas Tri-Region Energy and Environment Innovation Coalition to utilize subawarded funds for EPA climate pollution reduction grant project implementation and other purposes. To speak to this item will be Joshua Robertson, our Director of Customer Service and Sustainability.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, City Administrator. The Arkansas Tri-Region Energy and Environment Innovation Coalition has received an implementation grant from the Environmental Protection Agency under the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. As a part of this effort, the City of Fort Smith has been subawarded $14.5 million over 5 years to implement projects that align with our community's sustainability and environmental goals. To proceed, the proposed resolution authorizes the city to accept and manage these funds, execute necessary agreements, and allocate staff and resources to fulfill the project deliverables. The funding will enable Fort Smith to implement the following projects: $5.1 million for alleyway rehabilitation on the north side of town, over 2 miles of alleyways, 13 EV charging infrastructures at $3.2 million, the public housing solar array at $2.1 million, an e-bike rebate program at $2 million, and workforce development at $2 million, totaling out to $14.5. A portion of the $2 million for workforce development will also include an energy ambassador position on a 5-year contract to support the reporting requirements of the grant, and also will provide project oversight, support, and public engagement for each project. 2 of these projects have moved forward with the board approval on the alleyway rehabilitation design and planning, along with the approval of the 810 kilowatt solar array for Nelson Hall Homes. This resolution will enable the city to work with MetroPlan on the subaward agreement that will be based off the EPA award document that's presented tonight. The agreement will entail that the city will comply with the EPA award and will track and report to MetroPlan on project expenditures, purchases, progress within the MSA, and additionally will measure and report accomplishments, proposed timelines, and milestones to ensure alignment with the project goals, and also conduct community and stakeholder outreach education on each project. The subaward agreement is planned to be brought to the board on the January 7th board meeting if tonight's resolution is approved. And with that, I will take questions after citizen comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, are there any citizens' comments on this?
At last count, 25.
At last count, 25.
First,
Again, remind them of the protocol and the time allotment, please.
Yes, everyone will have 2 minutes. The first being James Johnson. Next up will be Tuba Sayer. Is that correct? Okay.
Hi, my name is James Johnson from Fort Smith, Arkansas. I would like to see if you could put a pause on these agendas. This one we're talking about right now in the Move Fort Smith. I'd like you to see, first of all, I'd like to see you find the sewage spills that we've been talking about for quite a while, and the 3 million gallon water leak daily, and fix both of them, and also start paying on the consent decree fines. Also, I would like to challenge each and every one of you to take an afternoon or a morning off and just drive around Fort Smith and look at all of the businesses that have closed down. You've got 2 malls that are just limping. You've got restaurants, factories, Train, Whirlpool, car dealers, many businesses downtown have been in and out. And I know that you say you want to plan the future for Fort Smith and have it be a good future. Well, yeah, but we got to have these businesses back in. We can't be paying for parks and bike lanes and all this other stuff. Well, hey, we need to get these businesses back in. That's what's substantial, is the business people. You drive down 71 and there's all kinds of businesses just empty. I mean, there's a lot of businesses that are not. We just need to bring them back. And I'm asking you to help figure this out. I mean, you want a good future for this country, don't you? For the city, right? That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
After Tu Becerra, we will have Becky Neighbors.
Hello, okay. Hello, my name is Tu Becerra, and I am a senior at Southside High School. And I want to talk about this grant, specifically grant, because I want to talk about a lot of the implications behind it. And I'm coming from a farming background. You might think that farmers don't care about the environment or anything, but my dad, being a farmer, he cared about the sustainability aspect. So that I'm coming from one side of the issue, the other side too, that I'm arguing against. And I'm also the FBLA Vice President at Southside High School, which is the Future Business Leaders of America. So I want to look at the economic aspect of this too. In Kansas, according to the Center of Climate and Energy Solutions, which is one of our neighboring states, there were 400 local jobs because they recycled lithium batteries from the cars that we are planning to implement with this bill, with this grant. And we could be this next state that can help implement more jobs, and this will help the economic side of Arkansas instead of just focusing on the environmental implications. So this is looking at the EV charging infrastructure and the workforce development of the grant, and it will help us in that way. It will also help us by looking at the sustainability aspect. So whenever I was in FFA, which is Future Farmers of America, they always emphasize sustainability, which is something that we need to focus on. Even in agriculture, they emphasize sustainability. And we need to make sure that we are going forward instead of backward. Just like Director Morton said, he said that we need to be looking towards our present and our future, not our past. We need to be looking forward, and this is what this grant will do. Thank you.
After Becky Neighbors, we'll have, is it Tara McDaniel?
Hello, my name is Becky Neighbors, and this is my first time to be at an in-person meeting. I'm normally in a group meeting on Tuesdays, but I've been keeping up with these online. First, I want to say thank you to Director Morton for your service, and then I want to start with a couple of things. I love Fort Smith, and I'm excited about our future. I'm especially excited about the Arkansas College of Health Education and the Ebbing Air National Guard base, which by one estimate was expected to bring in approximately 900 military members and their families to the greater Fort Smith region. These are just two of the examples of potential growth opportunities we have, and it's why I'm here today to support the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Project. I also want to follow up with something that's been on my heart as I've watched these online, and I'm going to follow up Santa. I admit, recently my soul has been weary, and right now it's because I've been observing things that have been said about some of our city leaders. One of the words I hear often is leftist, and I wish we could just drop the labels. Tonight I'm asking each of us to earnestly listen to each other, to seek out common ground, and quit labeling each other, especially in a format, I just dropped my earring, in a format where a person has a difficult time defending him or herself. A healthy democracy requires people with opposing views to engage with each other and work together. Seeking common ground is not easy. It takes a lot of work and humility. It means giving up our own labels on both sides and rolling up our sleeves to come together for the greater good. Does our
Thank
city
you.
have problems?
The 2 minutes are up.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Keep in mind, we have 2 minutes, and when the yellow light comes on, I think there's an indicator, there's a counter. Okay? Thank you.
After Tara McDaniel, we'll have David Roberts.
Hi, I'm here to speak in support of the CPRG. In the past, I've highlighted how these initiatives benefit our economy and create opportunity for the children of Fort Smith. As our city grows, we need amenities that attract investments alongside infrastructure that ensures safe travels and supports future job opportunities for the next generation. I still believe that these are compelling reasons to support the grant. Today, however, I want to offer another perspective. While on school break, I've been taking sustainability courses online, including one called Smart Communities. I learned that smart communities focus on interconnected resources and proactive planning. They prepare not only to solve today's challenges, but to lay a strong foundation for the future. When cities fail to plan for the future, it creates significant strains on time, money, and public safety. For instance, our current transportation infrastructure struggles to accommodate the diverse needs of cars, electric cars, gasoline cars, pedestrians, cyclists, scooters, and buses. This imbalance leaves many travelers without safe, viable transportation options and contributes to an alarming rise in pedestrian injuries. It is increasingly urgent to adapt our infrastructure to support the diverse and interconnected modes of travel that we see today. Without proactive planning today, we compound the problems for tomorrow. This grant offers us a vital opportunity to start planning like a smart community. It supports transportation, such as the example I've given, but also economic growth, education, job creation, energy production, safety, technology, and more. Key elements to building a stronger, more resilient Fort Smith. It also enables us to implement initiatives that meet the needs of our growing city, enabling Fort Smith to remain competitive. I urge you to accept these funds and invest them in this well-vetted plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
After David Roberts, we'll have Becky Hartsfield.
Good evening. First, I want to thank each of the elected officials for being willing to spend their time, their efforts, and their expertise to help Fort Smith. I recognize your job can be difficult at times, but you have committed yourselves to the betterment of our city. And while I don't always agree with all that you do, I do believe you are all here to do the best you can for Fort Smith as you see it. I'm asking you to authorize the EPA grant award agreement. I am particularly encouraged that the funds will pay for the Nelson Hall Homes and Fort Smith Housing Authority solar arrays, the e-bike rebates, the alleyway rehabilitation, and the EV charging stations. There's been a lot of misinformation about this grant, but it is a fact that the money we will receive was authorized under Section 60144 of the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. This act was passed by the House of Representatives, the United States Senate, and signed by the President of the United States. The act reflects the priorities of the Congress and the people of the United States of America and is not a part of a Marxist, globalist, or UN conspiracy. The city is obligating itself only to the terms of the agreement and is not surrendering our sovereignty. Please authorize this agreement for the good it can do for Fort Smith.
Thank you.
After Becky Hartsfield, we'll have Dr. Charlie Hartsfield.
Well, good evening. There are numerous areas of this grant that I find are problematic. I would like to address two of those. On page 4 of this agreement, it states, quote, "The coalition will provide funding for land acquisition," unquote. This is very concerning. Whose land will they be taking? It sounds as if citizens will have no option but to hand over their land if the coalition deems it needed for a project. On page 21 of this agreement, it states, quote, "The recipient agrees to comply with the current EPA general terms and conditions," unquote. This is 44 pages of guidelines, but these terms and conditions are in addition to the, quote, "assurance and certifications of, or restrictions cited throughout the award," unquote. What happens if we do not follow the guidelines exactly as they are outlined in this agreement? Can the EPA fine us like they are presently doing since we violated the consent decree? The EPA has not been very willing to negotiate with us and continues to add to our debt yearly so that we now owe $800 million. Why would the city of Fort Smith even think about entering into another agreement with the EPA? I would urge the Board of Directors to take these things into consideration before voting for this grant. Thank you.
After Charlie Hartsfield, we'll have Chris McRae.
Well, she's a hard act to follow, but here I am. So, in my view, the climate pollution reduction grant project needs to have a real hard look at it. It's an ambitious and massive intrusion into our city's infrastructure. I've tried to read a good portion of the proposal. Some of the major items are trail construction, greenhouse reductions, workforce development, e-bike incentive programs, and transitioning the city vehicles to all electric. One section lists the many alleyways that are to be linked. Of concern is that statement, as Becky has said, the coalition will provide funding for land acquisition. I'm not sure what that means. Is that an eminent domain issue? I don't know. You guys may know. The links of the alleyways were given in great detail. That was a very expensive study. I may have missed it, but I'm not sure how that was funded. And have you been able to contact other towns who have undertaken these projects, and how did it go for them? Some have tried to say there are no strings attached. Once funds are accepted and the projects begin, there are reporting requirements that appear very burdensome. Accountability is good, but at what cost? Included are terms like overseeing, tracking, submitting, hiring, assisting, complying, developing, determining, executing, maintaining, procuring, coordinating. It's a strict schedule for submissions. You may need a brigade of administrators to fulfill these requirements. And then what's chilling to me is the direct statement, if the recipient fails to comply with terms and conditions, the EPA will annul this agreement and may recover any funds and so on. All we need is to owe the government more money. In summary, I'm not saying I'm opposed to this large and complex program, but please vote only after you have read the whole proposal. There are several hundred pages. And it's not an easy read. We need to pass the bill so we can see it. Somebody had said that. So we need to pass it so we can see what's in it. That was Nancy Pelosi, I think. Well, thank you.
After Chris McRae, we'll have Kim Fodge.
Good evening. I'm here to speak on the efficacy of EV charging stations in Fort Smith. In an article by the New York Times a couple of weeks ago, it was titled, "For decades, EV charging stations didn't pay off for retailers. Now it does." A peer-reviewed study by Boston University and the University of Wisconsin-Madison found that retailers' sales increased by 5% if you were within 150 meters or 490 feet of a charging station. 4% if you were outside that perimeter. Walmart sees charging stations as a great opportunity and is installing them at their stores under their own name brand. Mercedes-Benz has invested $1 billion in strategic locations around the nation, including Buc-ee's, where they've already done 12 and plan 40 more. Starbucks, 7-Eleven, Racetrack are putting in their own EV charging stations. A Tesla charging station in Portland, Maine averaged over 2,000 charging sessions a month. At level 1, which is $5 to $40 per charge, and level 2, which is $10 to $30 per charging session, that could amount to $20,000 gross for one charging station. EV charging stations are no longer just an environmental undertaking, but also a damn good business decision. Let's not look back 5 years from now and say, boy, if only we had done this. Thank you.
After Kim Fodge, we'll have Perry Jones.
I sent an email to the Board of Directors asking questions regarding this initiative. I haven't heard back from anybody, so I'm going to go over a couple of those questions that I have and then a statement. My question is, has a budget been created for the $14.5 million the city will receive from this grant? If not, when will one become available? In the project description, it states the city of Fort Smith will establish electric vehicle charging stations at 7 strategic locations within the city, prioritizing placements in LIDACs. Have these locations been selected, and if so, LIDAC stands for Low Income Disadvantaged Communities. What areas within Fort Smith are low income disadvantaged communities? And it also states in this initiative that Fort Smith's responsibilities include operations and maintenances of systems, equipment, and devices. Who is financially responsible for the proper operation of the systems, equipment, and devices under the agreement once the money has been spent? And has it been determined how much this will cost the city, not just short term, but long term once the initiatives have been implemented? If it has, is that information available? If it hasn't been determined, will the board require that information prior to approving this agreement? I believe we should be good stewards of our environment. However, I believe the solution to carbon emissions and pollution should be planting of more trees, which is less expensive and better for the environment than building solar panels and charging stations, which are expensive and create more waste. In my opinion, initiatives like these are opportunities to take money from taxpayers and put it in someone else's pocket. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me a moment of your time. My name is Perry Jones. I am a Fort Smith citizen. I'm a father, I'm a realtor, and I'm a real estate investor here in and around Fort Smith. I'd like to encourage you also to support the acceptance of this grant. I also love what Director Morton said earlier. To paraphrase, Fort Smith is right on the edge of a bright future. I think a lot of us feel that way. I'm 51 years old, and I have felt that way for a long time. I feel like this grant can help us move in that direction. Rehabbing alleyways, encouraging walking, biking, e-bikes, and EV charging stations can help improve the quality of life for our citizens, help keep young people in our community, attract tourists and outside businesses and investors, which that's important to all of us. I feel like the work funded through this grant could help us, as I said earlier, be a really important step in that brighter future. And once again, I would just ask that you approve the acceptance of the grant. Thank you.
Next, we have Reverend Stephen Kurtz. Then after Reverend Kurtz, we will have Ruth McRae.
Hello, and thank you. I have heard some information given about the grant, and I have just a couple of specific questions about the grant. I would like to be able to ask Joshua Robertson to address them, if that would be according to your approval.
That's acceptable.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead. You can ask.
Okay. The first one is, as you're coming up, could this grant money be used instead for projects related to something else like the consent decree?
Not these particular grant funds. It was very specific in this grant.
Okay. We've also heard that the grant would require 100% electric vehicles for government fleets or private residents. Does it require these vehicles?
No, it does not require.
Okay. we've also heard that it would require the placement of charging stations for private businesses and neighborhoods. Is that a requirement of the grant?
No, it is not a requirement of the grant.
Okay. And then, do we have, as a city, any further obligations or commitments to fulfill after we've spent the money, after the 5 years of reporting have lapsed?
No, nothing to the EPA, no.
Okay. And so we've been heard about spending taxpayer money. Where did this money come from for the grant?
Again, it was mentioned, it was from the Inflation Reduction Act, which is federal in-tax money that comes back.
Tax money, yes. Okay. And how will the people in public housing benefit from this grant?
They will receive reductions in their utility bills from 70% up to maybe 90%.
Okay, thank you. That's good clarification.
I'm Ruthie McRae. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I wanted to speak about the grant and Nelson Hall Homes. As most of you know, this is a 288 complex housing for low-income families and residents, not necessarily just families, but low-income residents. And these people are not necessarily just low income. They also have disabilities, some of them, and a lot of them are elderly. And if these units are solarized, it will have such a great benefit for the residents there who are paying $50 and $60 a month every month for their electric. And when that becomes solarized, it should reduce their payment to about $15. And also, you know, this is the season of giving, and if you like biblical or scriptural indications, Jesus asked us on more than one occasion to take care of the least of these. And I feel like this is a great opportunity for Fort Smith to help the least of these. Thank you.
Okay, Molly Echeverria. After Molly, we'll have Dr. Rick Murphy.
Good evening. I stand before you to express my concerns about our involvement in the EPA Climate Pollution Reduction Grant. While the intent is commendable, we must carefully evaluate the implications of partnering with organizations like the Metro Plan and the Northwest Arkansas Regional Planning Commission. Collaboration can lead to communication breakdowns, risking the unique identity of Fort Smith. Accountability becomes challenging when multiple stakeholders are involved, complicating our ability to identify responsibility for any issues that may arise. Additionally, failure to meet grant expectations or comply with the environmental regulations could result in significant fines from the EPA, straining our city's finances and diverting funds from essential services. Given our current financial challenges, now is not the time to take on more projects. If this grant fails to deliver results, it could harm Fort Smith's reputation and that of the River Valley. We owe it to our citizens to pursue effective and transparent initiatives. In conclusion, while this grant offers a potential solution for our infrastructure issues, we must prioritize our community's interests and consider alternatives that maintain our autonomy. Thank you.
Dr. Rick Murphy.
Rick is in the hospital, and you know how much he cares about this, so he did ask that I try to let him speak, and unfortunately oh wait, here he is. Rick?
Hey, this is Rick. Sorry I'm unable to take your call.
Oh no, he's not answering. Broken heart, okay.
Okay. Jack Helms. After Mr. Helms, we'll have Chris Cadelli.
As most of you know, Fort Smith is a conservative-leaning city. However, conservative values are not reflected in the fiscal decisions that have been made by our city government. Electric vehicle chargers, alley rehabilitation, electric bicycle subsidies, and a solar farm that benefits only a minuscule portion of the population of our city's poor are not in agreement with the best interest of the majority of our citizens. We are challenged to maintain the infrastructure we now have. Why create additional non-essential infrastructure that will demand resources that could be spent on projects that are critical to the needs of the residents of the city? We need a common sense approach to city problems, not a more of the same approach to spending that have landed us in the fiscal predicament we are now currently experiencing. Our priorities should be the maintenance of existing infrastructure and facilities and the restoration of our sewer and water system. Grants should be aggressively pursued for the rehabilitation of our sewer system, non-essential projects that have very little impact or advantage for the majority of the citizens of the city as a whole. We are not a Fayetteville or Bentonville. We do not have the economic drivers of a J.B. Hunt, a Tyson Industries, or the Walmart home office. Therefore, the approach of our fiscal problems must be more grassroots, dedicated to the basic essential needs of our citizens first, before money is spent on more frivolous projects. Thank you.
After Chris Cadelli, we'll have Crystal Cadelli.
So I don't drive an EV, but I did do a quick Google search to see if there was a retailer in this area that might be taking advantage of all this demand that we keep hearing about, and I couldn't find a single one in Fort Smith, so I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something there, but I would like to voice my opposition to accepting the $14 million. The list of requirements and deliverables on this are enormous, both in the scope and costs. There's no doubt the $14.5 million will just be the beginning. I mean, it's going to require all this new alternative infrastructure is going to require maintenance, upkeep, and eventually replacement. So, you know, that $14.5 million is probably a drop in the bucket of what we're really looking at long term. Fort Smith, one of the things it mentioned was I saw 7 charging stations was the requirement. One of the other gentlemen from the city said 13, so that's already changed from what's in the written material. And it did mention the low-income disadvantaged communities, and I don't know. For me, I don't know where those are, or maybe I live in one of those. I kind of would take offense to that if I did, but I don't know how it makes sense to put these charging stations in these areas where they're classified as low income and disadvantaged. I don't know how many of those folks would be driving around in a Tesla. But in any case, I just would ask you to find. I would ask the grant writer to spend more time finding us money for problems we do have. Thank you.
After Crystal Cadelli, we'll have Herbert McGill.
Good evening. So during a recent board meeting, one of the city employees mentioned that the governor's office supports this grant. So I took the time to reach out to Governor Sanders' office and was given the contact for her policy advisor, which I was able to talk to her personally, and she clarified that they had not ever seen this grant, nor have they reviewed it, and has not weighed in on it. And I would be happy to give you her name. She is her policy advisor. Furthermore, the grant included options that could have significantly benefited our wastewater plants, such as upgrades to the pumps and improvements in energy efficiency. It raises a question of why we did not take advantage of these fundings to enhance our aging wastewater plants. Currently, we are facing a crisis in our water and sewer infrastructure. We have failed to comply with the EPA and the DOJ consent decree requirements, and costs have soared to $800 million. The monthly reports on the water leak shows that we are not able to keep up with the repairs. It is crucial that we do not invest in additional infrastructure that will only add to our maintenance burdens. I ask that the city leaders do what they have said time and time again over the past few months and tighten our belts. We don't need new infrastructure. This grant is only going to offer a small little portion of solar to just a minuscule of our community. And the rest is going to be spent on EV charging stations that we don't need. Thank you.
After Herbert McGill, we'll have Brian Westney.
Good afternoon. My name is Herbert McGill, and I'm the director of the Elizabeth McGill Drop-In Center, as well as one of the driving forces in the development of the community garden located at 1100 North 8th Street. I want to thank Andre Good, Jared Rago, Levon Morton, and Christina Costavis for their vision for Fort Smith. This project is going to save residents thousands of dollars over time. It's good to see Fort Smith moving into the front of the curve. It takes courage to lead, and it doesn't always come with instructions. Are we going to make mistakes? Yes. But we can manage those mistakes with factual information and working together for the good of everyone. This $14.5 million is just the beginning of the alternative energy transition. This transition is happening across the globe, and we shouldn't want our community to be part of the future rather than maintaining a wait-and-see mentality. Our kids shouldn't have to go see other cities and be in awe of new technology and innovation. I hope we continue to apply for these clean energy grants and implement them to make life worth living in Fort Smith, Arkansas. If anyone wants to know what solar can do, come talk to me or Isaac at Antioch Youth and Family Services. We both have received grants thanks to Arkansas Climate League. These solar panels are going to change our agencies for decades. Good night, and thank you for your time.
Can Rick talk now? Can Rick talk now? Rick? I'm waiting for the approval.
Absolutely.
Okay, hurry, Rick. We're tired.
Hey, thank you. Good thing about doing this way is I don't have to see the 2-minute countdown timer. But when we use terms like liberal, conservatives, Democrat, Republic, right, left, these kind of words elicit physical similar to that we feel, and we are encountering something dangerous, okay? So what I'd like you to do is take a deep cleansing breath. Again, take another deep cleansing breath. And as you do, ask yourself, do any of the items in projects, items 6, pose a danger or a threat to your safety or the security of your family? Take a cleansing breath. Let it go. And ask yourself, assuming we are all Christians and believe in a higher power, are the proposed actions in this project in alignment with improving the quality of life of our lives and the lives of our fellow citizens of Fort Smith? Is this like an opportunity to imitate Christ, to help our neighbors like we do when there is a tornado, a fire, a flood? In other words, WJD. Such as for the elderly, disabled, low-income residents of Nelson Hall homes, Antioch consumers, farmers market. Football points out that above all, the gospel must be proclaimed by witness. Take a Christian or a handful of Christians who in the midst of their own community show their own capacity for understanding and acceptance.
Hey, Rick, you're out of time.
Of the destiny of other people in their community.
He's out of time.
Thank you, Rick. Just got a free lesson from a psychologist.
After Brian Westney, we'll have James Giltz.
Okay, guys, I'm going to be all over the place on this one, and I'm sorry because I had something really nice planned, but after everything I've heard, I'm changing it up just a little bit here. So checks and balances, the checks and balances work if we actually uphold the accountability portion of checks and balances. That was not done when this board ratified the actions of Carl Gefkin on this plan, because he did not have permission to even put us into this plan to begin with. And it's fact because you had to ratify it to do this. Maybe being one of the only Tesla owners in here, there's a reason we don't have charging stations. We are a rural city. Everybody that buys an electric vehicle, 99% of us, have a garage in rural areas, and we buy it for $400. We get it for $400 from Tesla, and I charge it at home. In the big cities, absolutely, they're everywhere because they live in apartments. They don't have a garage to charge. So you're going to see a bunch of those in big cities. There's a reason they're not here in Fort Smith, because people have garages and they can park it next to their house and plug it in next to their house. So that's a kind of a moot point when it comes to charging stations. And I said, I love Teslas and I love solar panels. I'm buying one right now, solar panels for my house, but I'm buying them for my house because I want them. We're going to spend $2.1 million for 350 people. I mean, don't get me wrong. My heart says good for that. The $3.2 million for infrastructure charging stations, we don't have that many EVs. We'll never see the money that these people are talking about, the $20,000 in revenue and stuff like that. It's just not going to happen. The alleyways, if you look at the thing, they're all over the map. They're everywhere. $5 million for alleyways, $2 million for e-bikes. E-bikes, $900 is what they're giving them in Bentonville. How many people are going to sell those e-bikes and just take the cash? So we need to think about that.
Thank you very much.
After James Giltz, we'll have Patrick McGuire.
Hey there, board, directors. James Giltz, Fort Smith resident. A few things. I know I've talked about this a few times before. You're probably tired of hearing me talk about it. But I am encouraged by some of the things that happened tonight and some of the conversations we've had, and I can kind of tie those in. We talk about the solar for the Nelson Hall residents. If we want to help people not be a paycheck away from homelessness, help give a structure to our community members that are perhaps less advantaged than some of us, prevent people from falling into these hard times, a great way to do that is to make their electricity bills minimal. Prevent a recurring monthly expense that they might get shocked with and then get kicked out and be on the streets and be part of this problem that we want to avoid. This by itself, I think, is worth it. Beyond that, we have, as many residents have noted, there's a bunch of concerns that we have for expenses in our city, and some of those are for maintaining infrastructure. Well, this grant lets us maintain our infrastructure, and we don't have to pay for it. We don't have to levy new bonds to do that. We just get it covered. It is a strictly smart financial decision. It is a conservative investment in our city. And then third, I talked about briefly in the past, but for EV charging infrastructure, as was said earlier, it has become economically advantageous to run them, even with the gigantic upfront costs that are coming into it. But as was mentioned earlier, the 13 chargers at 7 charging stations, these chargers, if you do the math, it's about $250,000 million per charger. That's about right for the initial install cost of a really intense level 3 charger, the kind you need to support this kind of growth. This is a good price for those that we're getting paid for, that we don't have to invest up front to then run a successful revenue generating line. Thank you for my time.
After Patrick McGuire, we'll have Dan Williams.
Good evening again. There are several aspects of this proposal that I am in favor with. For example, I have my own solar panels on my own home, and I pay $14.56 a month for electricity. That's all good. But EVs, the EV industry as a whole is today in its final death throes. Many manufacturers have either stopped producing EVs or announced that they're going to stop doing so. Ford Motor Company built a plant for the production of EV vehicles. They have since repurposed it to produce Ford F-150 pickups. Even Elon Musk has indicated that Tesla is going to move away from EVs into something else, which he didn't indicate what they would be. But the point is, the EVs are dying. The reason for that is the demand has dropped. People are not buying EVs anymore since they found out the various aspects of it, and I could speak for half an hour on that. Some people are selling their EVs to buy a gas-powered vehicle. There are many people that have taken their EVs to a garage for repairs, have found out that the repair cost was greater than the value of the vehicle, and they've just abandoned their vehicle at the repair shop. This is the future of EV. There is no future. I'm willing to bet that within a year, you won't be able to buy an EV if you wanted to, because it is a dying industry. Now, if you go ahead with this, you're going to be investing money in a white elephant, because eventually you'll have these charging stations and no cars to charge them with. Thank you.
After Dan Williams, we'll have Joe Elskin.
A couple questions. One is, do you know how many grants currently the city is operating from right now and oversight in? And is this other grant, with all the stipulations, how's that going to play into the employees and the costs? And I heard that costs were entailed in that. But a few months back, you mentioned a $5 million mitigation noise grant that y'all are applying for, that someone, I guess, from the city had talked to the school about getting $500,000 from the school to pay for. How are we coming on that grant? And, you know, it just reminds me that the $4.3 million that y'all got in grant money for the homeless brought all the homeless, not just from our town here, but from other towns here. It was easy for them to send them in here. And now we don't have the money to take care of them. And so how are we going to take care of the things that we have when we have all these problems, $800 million, and we're trying to build all this infrastructure? And I want to encourage everybody that's here tonight, because one of the things I heard Levon and Director Good say, which I agree with, and they made mention coming to other meetings. And I went to the audit meeting that happened in November, And it was one of the best meetings I've attended to in the city because those people that are on that committee are very smart people and they know what they're doing. And there was a lot of good conversation. And Andy, when he got up here and shared, he really didn't go into great detail. But I will say that they need help in our audit committee in the city. And so, but we need help in a lot of areas of our city. And thank goodness that we now have an opportunity to hire a city administrator. And if y'all will do your due diligence and take time to do that, I think a lot of these problems will begin to change in the months to come. But take your time. Don't get in a hurry. So there's no guarantee on this energy grant. So I say table it, put it off. Let's get some other things taken care of.
After Joe Elskin, we'll have Joey McCutcheon.
I've been a little concerned about some of the confusion, some of the details that people are mentioning that nobody can respond, that's not accurate. For instance, on social media, they're listing dozens of projects that are not, and some of the projects were mentioned tonight, they are not in the Fort Smith project. They are in the other two metropolitan projects. And so when you're reading something in that, you don't realize that's not happening in Fort Smith. You know, what's happening in Fort Smith is the alleyways. And just to emphasize this, I've been talking to people who are in these areas, the Ward 1 and Ward 2, LIDAC areas, and they support the alleyways. They're excited about that concept. So if you don't live there where the alleyways are, you don't understand. And it's just 2 alleyways for them. Give it a try. See how it works. The e-bikes, they might be well used by tourists and our military families when they come in because they're popular there. The EV charging and workforce, my goodness, this is an economic issue. Industry comes where the workforce is. And the partner that this grant provides, the Arkansas Advanced Energy Foundation, their partner, they're bringing in money and they're bringing in expertise. So that's free workforce building in Fort Smith to do the repairs, to do what is needed in some of this project. So those are jobs, and that's keeping our kids here. Jobs and infrastructure that they like, walkability. Thank you. Please vote for it.
After Joey McCutcheon, we'll have Carrie Saley.
I think the one thing that's not sustainable is the lack of transparency that has been done on this project, Mr. Dingman. In September, there was an MOA signed by Mr. Gefkin. This board did not approve that MOA, and it obligated this city. In December, the leftist Climate League, they had a plan. It's the truth. They're leftists. They created this radical plan that has never been approved by this board. And Mr. Gefkin sent it to the state. And then in December, he signed an MOU unilaterally, without approval by this board, without it ever seeing its face in the light of day. They came in here in December and they gave a PowerPoint, but you never saw the radical plan. The one that says we support 100% electrification of private vehicles. We're going to require these charging stations in private businesses. And there's also a lawsuit that your lawyers probably haven't asked you to settle yet. But you better think about it, because it could undo this program. Have you heard about the lawsuit? Or is that something Mr. Gefkin has also kept secret? Because we know why. We know, even though none of you would tell the media, other than Mr. Martin, that Carl made the stupid statement, he also deceived you, and that's another reason he got fired, if we're honest with each other, because when you go into executive session, I'm sure you talked about the 2 separate lawsuits, the one for all this spending for special pet projects, the lawsuit regarding this very plan we're talking tonight that could undo it, maybe you should talk to your lawyer about that. Maybe I'll make a proposition, but it needs to be looked at. But it's all about transparency. And if we want trust, then in our city, and if you want us to trust you, then we have to be able to trust you. You can't circle the wagons when Mr. Gefkin signs 2 MOUs. One, with the Metro plan, we're going to report to Little Rock. Whatever happened to local control? I mean, local control is important. We're going to partner up with the Metro plan, and you didn't even know about it. It was never discussed publicly. You never saw the plan. That's not honest, and that's not transparent, and that's not sustainable.
And Carrie Saley will be the last speaker.
Wasn't going to talk, but I've just had some thoughts that I wanted to share. I first want to say thank you to the sidewalks around Creekmore Park. I've been enjoying those, and I appreciate that. And I do agree with trails and walking and exercise. I think it's very important, but I would like to see that done with local funding and local control and local initiatives, because I'm very concerned about these federal grants. We had an expert, you've heard me talk of her, Angel Cushing from Emporia, Kansas, who is a national expert because she travels the country, and she's got personal experience with these grant monies on her own property. So she studied it, researched it, and came here to speak with you and share her knowledge of towns that are already getting rid of these plans because of the freedoms that they've lost and the eminent domain and the land acquisitions that are happening. So that's my concern. And I do agree with you, Christina, about local control. We will lose local control because the way she explained it is that the eventually comes to a zoning czar that controls the whole region and makes the decision about the land. Now, I'm not talking about just right now this will happen. This is future. This is what happens with these grants. So that's my concern. We are giving away our local control. Kansas City has already eliminated 9 local positions, elected positions. And they're also, I'm not sure it's Kansas City, but she said that sheriffs are being eliminated. This is bigger than what you're seeing. And that's my concern, that you're not seeing the big picture. So my question to you is, would you consider talking with her? Neil, thank you for speaking with her and spending time with her. She has such knowledge, and she can actually explain what's going on all over this country.
Thank
and
you.
yes, EV mandates are on their way out. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you very much. This time we'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Okay. Director Settle.
Thank you, Mayor. Joshua, you can stay there. I just want to, can the board get an email from you telling us what the other 2 grants, how much they were and what they were for? I don't need it tonight. Just I'd like to have an email to the board of Metro and Northwest Arkansas, what their grants were, how much were they for, and what they did with them. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Director LaVon Morton.
I have questions for Joshua and for Andy Richards. Okay. Joshua, I believe this grant, it does have to say that some of the people have spoken on this subject. They're accurate. It does have some really tight requirements on what you have to do. So how do you propose that we're going to meet those requirements?
Myself, and then also, again, we're going to be hiring an energy ambassador, which the majority of that position.
And who pays for that?
The grant will pay for it. It'll be a 5-year contract, and they will help with the oversight and also the reporting. Now, with Metro Plan being the lead applicant, they'll be doing pretty much all the reporting to the EPA. Again, we'll be giving all the information to Metro Plan, and they've also hired a grant administrator to do the entire reporting and grant administration for the entire coalition.
Okay. So do you have any concerns about your ability and the people that are going to be involved with you, your ability to comply with this grant in the way that the government requires?
I have no concerns whatsoever.
Okay, so that's all. And is there any land acquisition in the Fort Smith grant?
No, there's no land acquisition. The EV charging stations will be at the majority of our public libraries, for the exception of the Farmers Market and Convention Center. The alleyway rehabilitation project is all on alleyways that are public alleyways. The only thing that we will be bringing, as we've stated before with the public housing array, we will be leasing land, the city will, for that solar array. And as far as land, that's it. I mean,
But
all
we'll
the other...
we'll pay a fair market value for that land?
Correct.
Yes, okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Andy, I have some questions for you. So we've been receiving federal grants for 20 years that you know of or more?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe probably a lot longer than that. And have we been able to keep the records and do the reports and that sort of thing that kept us in compliance with those grants to the best of your knowledge? And as the former auditor of the city and then the CFO, did we?
The city has a great track record as far as grant management and grant administration from the audits.
Okay, and then we actually pay our own money to have our auditor, Forbes Mazars, a national accounting firm, audit those grants every year under the government rules that the government requires. And how do we fare generally in those audits by Forbes?
They're unmodified or clean opinions.
So they find that we're doing the grant reporting and record keeping all in accordance with the rules. Is that correct?
Typically have no findings or issues from them.
Okay. Do you have any concerns about your departments? Because I think you have a grant person in your department who's charged with monitoring these kinds of things. Do you have any concerns about your department's ability to provide whatever additional oversight is necessary on these grants?
No, I don't. I mean, yeah, we do have a grant accountant in my department, and she tracks all the activities for all the grants except the ones that are handled by community development, but she also has a piece of that too. But all the other ones she keeps track of. And I know she's already been working with Josh on getting it set up in our system.
And how much experience does this person have doing that work?
Well, she's got a couple years experience doing that work.
Okay, very good.
She does a very good job.
Okay, very good. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks.
Director Neil Martin.
A couple of quick questions. Josh, you mentioned it just a second ago. We'll have charging stations at the farmers market and at libraries. Is that right? Have we already identified what libraries those are?
Yes, at all of our libraries. So again, we'll have 7.
So every library?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm assuming the Dallas branch, which is close to me, would not get one because I guess maybe it's in a LIDAC area. I don't know.
You'd be surprised on the census tract where areas of low income and disadvantage, even Chaffee right now is still considered that in the census tract. Now, again, it's not that each site is in that, but the majority of our sites with the charging stations are in LIDAC.
So every library will have one?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And also the farmers market?
Farmers market, and again, the convention center is going to have one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I want to get to that in just a second. Well, actually, I'll get to it now. Back in 2021, we made an agreement with Francis Energy to put charging stations at the convention center and at the farmers market.
Correct.
I mean, we signed an agreement with them, no charge to us. They were just going to put them there. What happened?
That was a part of Ken Savage's grant for the original CFI. I forgot what that stood for. It's basically the charging and fuel infrastructure grant.
Right.
And they were not awarded that grant. So what we did is we took that same plan and agreement and put it into the CPRG, and then now we have been awarded.
Okay. And then what's the salary of an energy ambassador?
We will scope it out with HR. We have upwards for the 5 years, $750,000. But that's for a budget piece, and I guarantee you that it'll come in a lot lower than that. And then any savings from that will then continue to be implemented within our workforce development program.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the board? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Directors Martin,
No.
Rigo,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Morton,
Yes.
George Getsavis.
No.
Christina Getsavis.
Yes.
Settle.
No.
Motion passes 4 in favor and 3 opposed.
Go to item 7.
Item number 7 is a resolution approving an intergovernmental support agreement, IGSA, with Ebbing Air National Guard Base, the state of Arkansas, and the city of Fort Smith. This IGSA will authorize use of the city's procurement processes and procedures for a period of 10 years and up to $15 million. This IGSA provides a method for the military to use local procurement procedures for goods and services instead of the federal government's procedures, often resulting in reduced timeframes and cost for delivery. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any citizens' comments on this item, Madam Clerk?
None indicating.
Thank you. Entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
So moved.
Second. Thank you. Any comments from the board? Please call the roll.
Directors Rigo,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Morton,
Yes.
George
Yes.
Getsavis, Christina Getsavis.
Yes.
Settle.
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
It's approved, 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Go to item 8.
Items 8A and 8B are related to the continued operation of Miss Laura's Museum as a city-owned visitor attraction after the AMP and CVB offices have moved to a new location at 524 Garrison. Executive Director Ashley Backer is here. We'll address any questions you might have. The proposed management agreement is presented in your packet, and as well as an appropriation of funds for the budget to operate Miss Laura's and the management agreement for the CVB to operate the facility for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Here she rolls.
Appreciate that. I'm almost done with it. Yes, so the Convention and Visitors Bureau has moved out of Miss Laura's, but it is our #2 attraction on TripAdvisor. If you've not had the chance to look, it falls right behind the National Historic Site. So I know that that's crazy for people to understand, but a historic brothel of this nature, we are one of the last remaining that really tells the story of the red light district, and that is something that visitors want to go and visit. They want to understand what women were dealing with during that time. They want to understand what the community was going through during that time. And Angel's done a phenomenal job of widening the scope of that to include things like it was a social club. How do we make sure that people understand and remember the fact that it used to also be a restaurant? And we incorporate that into that building. We're also talking now about women's rights. This number of stories and questions that we get in that building are amazing. It opens up conversations around a wide variety of different issues, and our tour guides and our staff do a great job of researching and making sure that they are giving educated responses to our visitors when they come in, but it's not a visitor center. It was brought into and made a visitor center in 1992. I will tell you right now, as a female that walked in my first week, I was questioned of what type of meetings I was holding upstairs. And being a new executive director, I was like, what are you guys talking about? So our opportunity to widen the breadth of it, and then also create a standalone visitor center and really give tourists and visitors the opportunity to see both sides of Fort Smith, whether you want to see the historic side or whether you want to come in and you want to learn about all the new and exciting and great things that are happening in our city. So we're just asking and have been in conversations with administration to continue the operations of it because we've had it for 32 years. But right now, our lodging tax funds need to go towards marketing our destination. Visitor spending was $6.1 million in sales tax in 2023 for Fort Smith. $6.1 million put into the budget for you guys to spend at your leisure and how you needed to do it to keep the residents whole or to better inform and make the city better. So I want to continue that by keeping our number 2 attraction alive, well, and thriving, while also building out a brand new visitor center.
Thank you. Thank you. Any citizens' comments, Madam Clerk?
None indicated.
We need a motion to adopt items 8A and B.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. This time we'll take director's comments. Director Levon Morton.
Okay, Ashley, on the $522,570 there, that is a lot of capital to really repair the building, right?
Yes. So if you've come over Garrison and taken a look, or if you've gone onto Oklahoma and you've had a chance to take a look over at Miss Laura's, the building is literally falling down. We have siding that's coming off. We're picking up almost on a monthly basis new pieces of siding. So $350,000 at a minimum is what's needed to restore the exterior of the building. We've gone through the bidding process with the city. We only received 2 bids during that RFQ process. So we're gonna have to reinitialize that, but we know that it was somewhere in the $350 to $375. So out of that $551,000, we're only asking for $171 for actual operating costs, which including the salary, the utilities. It's an old building. It's like 6,000 square feet. It's an expensive building just to keep up and running and operational.
Okay, so on an ongoing basis, it's about $170,000 a year. Is that what I'm understanding correctly?
Yes, sir.
So, and when you say number 2, do you have a feel for how many visitors that is in terms of number of visitors?
Yeah, so in 2023, we had just over 5,400 visitors come through. In 2024 through November, our visitor count was close to 6,000, an 8.7% increase year over year. 25 states represented, 3 countries having tourists in attendance to come through the building.
Okay, and that $6.1 million of sales tax that you described, you know that's right because you get, I mean, your A&P tax is based on the sales tax, part of the sales tax.
It's a completely different tax. It's a 3% on the lodging bill. So again, no citizen, unless they choose to spend money in a hotel, no citizen is paying for our efforts. It's really through the visitors themselves. But the city sales tax is backed up through tourism economics and through the state of Arkansas and the state tourism department.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Director Rigo.
I just wanted to say, thank you, Ashley, for your hard work and your leadership with the CVB, with the A&P Commission, and for your dedication to finding a way forward for this asset. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Director Neil Martin.
Just a quick question. That $6.1 million, is that the hotel tax and sales tax?
That is strictly sales tax.
It's just sales tax, so that doesn't even talk about.
That does not even talk about the A&P tax. So Sebastian County, $6.1 million.
Okay, thank
you. If there are no other questions, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Directors Good.
Yes.
Morton.
Yes.
George Getsavis.
Yes.
Christina Getsavis.
Yes.
Settle.
Yes.
Martin.
Yes.
Rigo.
Yes.
It's approved, 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Thank you all so much.
Okay, item 9.
Item 9 is a resolution authorizing partial payment to Crawford Construction for progress on a construction contract. Director of Water Utilities Lance McAvoy will address this item.
Good evening and Merry Christmas to all of you. So all of you will remember Phase 1 of Basin 10 and 14, where we hired a company to come in, and some of you went out to the site where we took the photos and saw how deep they were dealing with it. This is actually Phase 3. We have not touched Phase 2 yet. This is the project that is going to stop SSOs over by the Kelley Ballfields. They've done a lot of work finishing things up, and because of that, we have a large payment due, and anything over $750,000, even though it's under contract that you've approved, that payment comes to the board for your approval. So that's what we're here for. This project was originally supposed to be done in January, on January 18th. However, we did have to do some stoppage so that the softball season could be completed. So we're still on track to finish in March, which will be the new completion date. I'm just asking you to approve the payment so that they can continue to work. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. Any citizens' comments, Madam Clerk?
None indicating.
Need a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any board comments? Director Neil Martin.
Hey, Lance, just looking at the amount that we've spent, and this thing is almost done. It looks like it's April 23rd done. How much are we going to come under on this? I mean, it looks like this is 2 million, is 1.1. That's like 3.1 million. Are we really going to spend another 2 million between?
Yeah, probably,
okay.
because we still have some connection work to do.
Okay.
And
Thank you.
finishing up manholes.
Thank you.
Okay. If there are no other questions, Madam Clerk?
Directors Morton,
Yes.
George Katsavas, Christina Katsavas.
Yes.
Settle,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Rigo.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
It's approved, 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Item 10.
Item 10 is a resolution authorizing change order number 1 to a construction contract with Krapff-Reynolds regarding an SSA remedial measures project. Mr. McAvoy will address this item.
Yes, this is one of those projects that was originally bundled about this time last year, and the board said to split it out. We did that. However, the plans that were actually developed, some of those manholes had deteriorated prior to us getting to them to fix, so additional work needed to be done. This change order is to do that additional work on those manholes to comply with the consent decree. I'll stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. By the way, a lot of work going on Grand Avenue, fixing those manholes. Let's see. This time we entertain a motion. Do we have anybody speak on this, Madam Clerk?
None indicating.
Okay, motion to adopt a resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Please call the roll.
Directors George Katsavas,
Yes.
Christina Katsavas.
Yes.
Settle,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Rigo.
Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Morton.
Yes.
It's approved, 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
We're down to the consent agenda. Mr. Dingman.
The consent agenda this evening contains 9 items: a resolution renewing the lease of property to the Pajero Gun Club, resolution approving specific excess insurance for workers' compensation coverage, resolution approving a contract with First Western for insurance risk management advisory services, resolution approving bids for aggregates, sand, concrete, and asphalt for 2025, an ordinance renewing and modifying the city's Microsoft licensing and maintenance contract, a resolution approving repair of a raw water pump at Lee Creek Reservoir, a resolution approving Lee Creek Dam Hydroelectric Project Safety Responsibility Policy Statement, and ordinance authorizing project to retrofit sports lighting at Kelley Ballfields with LED fixtures, resolution approving an MOU regarding the Arkansas Department of Public Safety Equipment Grant Program.
This time, would you like to pull any items off for a special conversation? Okay. If not, we will entertain a motion to adopt all consent agenda items.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a quick question?
Yes, you may.
On item H, sorry.
Okay.
I hate to keep pulling this. I think this is a great opportunity. Do we know how much brighter we're going to be at the ball fields with these new lights? Any idea?
I'll ask Joshua Robertson to come and address that question and guest.
I will let the subject matter expert answer that question, Parker Hicks from Integrity. He didn't sign up to answer questions, but he will be able to answer that in a lot better way than I can.
How much brighter do we expect the ball fields to be?
Yeah, thank you. Honestly, only slightly. We've done a full light level design model based on the height of the poles, the number of the fixtures, where they're pointed, and we've got a report that shows every single field and it's measured in what's called foot candles, but essentially what the foot candles are at 3 feet above ground. So this option is going from a 1,500 watt metal halide fixture to a 500 watt LED fixture. That is generally, so good energy difference there, but that is generally going to produce similar light levels. Now, that said, LED light is a little bit whiter light, and that itself is perceived to be brighter. So
There's different ways you can look at it. Certainly, we've had many examples of going with this, and the common consensus is it's brighter, right? But you can go levels above. You could do a 750 watt light that's going to produce even more light.
So is it like
right?
a daylight, or is it like a cool white light?
They will be, it won't be daylight. It should be 4,000 Kelvin, I believe.
Okay.
So.
And how long should the lights last?
All these lights are warranted for 20 years, including the driver components.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. If there are no further questions, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Directors Christina Getsavis,
Yes.
Settle,
Yes.
Martin,
Yes.
Rigo,
Yes.
Good,
Yes.
Morton,
Yes.
George Getsavis.
Yes.
It's approved, 7 in favor and 0 opposed.
Okay, we'll go to item 12, which was added.
Item number 12 is an ordinance amending the 2025 operating budget and authorizing the appropriation of funds from the unobligated general fund balance for the Parrot Island Waterpark Expansion.
Okay, Madam Clerk, who's going to speak on that?
Okay, we do have 5 individuals, the first being James. I'm not sure what the last, is it James Giltz, maybe? Delay, okay.
Next.
Kim Fodge.
Good evening. I'd like to thank Mr. Settle, Ms. Katsavis, Mr. Martin, and George Katsavis for answering some of my questions regarding this matter. I am against the authorization and appropriation of the $2.1 million for the expansion of the Parrot Island Waterpark. In my opinion, the water park should be self-sufficient, as most businesses are. If it's not, then I believe the city should take a deep look as to why it isn't and what steps can be done to ensure that it is. Mr. Settle has also assured me that this will happen, but I wanted to express this to the rest of the board and to incoming City Director Lee Kemp. My hope is that other appropriation amendments that are supposed to be made to the 2025 budget will be made after the first of the year. It is also my hope that monies taken from the water and sewer sanitation departments will be left in the department budgets and not spent on administrative or mayoral expenses. All revenue generated by these departments must remain there and be used toward the repairing of water leaks and consent decree projects. I was extremely disappointed to learn that the whole issue surrounding the bond covenant requirements could have been resolved by making changes to the charging of credit card fees. Instead, customers are burdened with substantial higher water rates, and the city incurred thousands of dollars in unnecessary consultant fees. Thank you.
Next, we have Chris Cadelli.
I too would like to object to these monies being appropriated, just based on, the theory of throwing good money after bad. Back when this all first started, I remember, being told that this $4 million plus was a drop in the bucket. But if you go to the city's website, or their Facebook page actually, on November 18th, they posted a really nice example of what $4.3 million will get you in consent decree work. And I just think that considering the shape that our water and sewer infrastructure's in, that money would have been much better spent over there. I know that some discussion on whether or not that can be done. I think someone finally admitted that the funds could have been used for that. Maybe not standard operating procedure, but technically it could have been. So I just think that, keep throwing good money, really hard to come by money at this point in time after a project that really appears to require a lot of subsidy just to keep the doors open. To me, it's just a bad policy. Thank you.
Next, we have Crystal Cadelli.
going to be in agreement with Ms. Fodge and Chris. I think that throwing good money away after bad is just, we're not in, you shouldn't do it anyways, but we're just not in the financial arena to be able to make any bad decisions at this point. The water slide itself was, as Mr. Morton gave a great case on, everything that was bad about it outweighed the good, but it was voted in anyways. I think that the board should really consider leaving the slide as it is and not installing it, and using the money for water and sewer issues, and quit passing along higher water and sewer rates to the citizens of Fort Smith. I will also say that I'm extremely disappointed in the $4.5 million grant approval. I spent a whole week reading the entire federal grant along with our application and the other cities' applications, and we could have done a lot of good things with the available options that were in the federal grant. We did not have to choose the options that we chose. We could have upgraded our wastewater plants, which is one of the problems in the consent decree. And although it may not have been able to be used for specific consent decree work, it could have been used to upgrade our deteriorating wastewater plants. So I would just ask that the board give as much time as the citizens of Fort Smith and do the research before voting in additional infrastructure. Thank you.
And last is Patrick McGuire.
Saving the best for last, I guess. Bear with me as I make this presentation, please. It is relevant. In September, the Water Department sent out a water leak report, and they reported that they had repaired 108 leaks, but found 137 more. The following month, they repaired 167, but found another 184. Last month, they repaired 90, but they did better because they only found 84 new ones. However, this seems to indicate that our water infrastructure is falling apart faster than we can repair it. As such, I would recommend that any expenditure that I would call optional, such as the one proposed in this particular resolution, and any others that might come up, be tabled, delayed, however you want to put it, and additional resources added to the water department to hire additional men, additional equipment, whatever it is they need, and let's get ahead of these water leaks. That's it. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, thank you very much. This time we'll entertain a motion to adopt the ordinance.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. This time we'll entertain board member comments.
I'll just make one if you don't mind, Mayor.
I think.
Go ahead, George.
No,
George, go ahead. Go ahead.
Come on, Director George Cassavas, you recognize.
Well, Neil, earlier you were talking about the Garrison building downtown.
Yes.
How we're having to finance that.
Yes.
Well, here's your full price payment right here, $4 million.
Could have bought it.
This makes no sense to me. I fought this from day one. We don't have a lease with the county. No guarantee of extra parking. No guarantee of any more bathrooms. No guarantee of extra infrastructure. This reminds me of, remember the Jake Ballfields fiasco? We lost $1 million.
I wasn't on the board, but I do remember that.
I'm telling you, this is going to come back and bite us. These people out here are making sense. Let's fix what needs to be fixed first. The slides may be fine 2 years from now, 3 years from now when we get everything done, but this isn't the time to do this, I'm telling you. And really, I think this needs to be tabled until we get Mr. Kemp on board next month, since he's going to be the new director, and let him vote on it too. That's all.
Director Kevin Settle.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've been a big proponent of this. This is one of those things that becomes an opportunity to invest in the future of our city. Tonight, just a few minutes ago, we voted on keeping Miss Laura's open as a tourist attraction. The Parrot Island Waterpark brings people from all over the region, not just Fort Smith, not just Fayetteville, but other states, Dallas, Kansas City, Little Rock, Tulsa, California. There was 150 people that came here for a reunion. It's a great opportunity. We got a great deal and a great thing. George, I understand the ball fields, but this is not like the ball fields because we already have an investment there. It's an expansion of that investment. It allows us to continue to grow for attractions for people to do, things to happen.
If the county says no, we're not going to do the lease now, what happens?
We have a lease to 2030, as Jared remember. We already have a lease to 2030.
If they don't want to lease it for $1 a year like they proposed, if we pay the $2 million, what's going to happen?
We have a lease till 2030, so that's where we're at.
Well, no.
Okay.
So ultimately, ultimately, I think this is a great opportunity. Wait a couple years, it's not going to be here. The costs are going to rise up, and this allows us to continue the growth of our city and to move forward. You know, I think this is one of those things that we're going to look back and realize that this was a great opportunity, and we're glad we invested in our city. I know there's people up here that don't like it, and I fully understand that. But I also look at the kids, the families, and how to invest in our kids. And to me, something for our kids is very important, because what I keep hearing about is there's nothing to do for families. There's nothing for people that want to be here. This gives that avenue. And we're about to bring in militaries, other countries, and this thing will just perpetuate and grow and grow. So I hope the board will see the light and vote on this tonight. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Director LaVon Morton.
Well, I'd like to clarify one thing that was said. You know, the annual revenue from this has historically paid for all of the maintenance that we incurred and had money left over at the end of the year that we carry over. The lease does run for several more years with it's presently in existence with the county. So, and really, I'll be honest, the way I viewed this was you could spend $4 million now, and if you wait 2 or 3 years for this, it's going to cost $7 or $8 million, the way things are going. And so I just viewed it as a way to spend some money now when we have the money and do something great for the people that use it, which a lot of people in Fort Smith do use it. It's really something for families and especially for kids and grandparents, and they get a lot of use out of it. Record attendance last year, and I think we'll see even higher attendance next year. And when this slide is in place, we'll have better capacity and we'll do more. And I think that the county has really been willing to work with us on some things lately. We've worked out several agreements with them, and I'm confident that they'll work with us going forward. They're good people. There's nothing wrong with them. And they know the positive impact this has, not only on Fort Smith, but on this entire area. So, so I'm in favor of this.
Director Christina Krasavage.
Well, I'll just say, I'm not in favor of this. I never have been, but I'm sure it's going to pass. So we need to think about Parrot Island's quite expensive for some people. Perhaps if taxpayers are funding the new slides, we should be setting aside so many free tickets every day for people to sign up and use, to actually be able to use the slides. So I would say maybe that's something we should consider, because there's a lot of people whose tax dollars are paying for these that can't afford the admission to go to the park and enjoy them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board? Director Andre Good.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to comment only because we're talking about kids and families and people that might not be able to financially enjoy the water slides. Remember, this is just water slides, and the water slides, the expansion is more than the water slides. But I'll tell you a recent visit that I had a couple of weeks ago at Howard Elementary School. You guys know where Howard is. It's on the far north side of town. That's that area that we're talking about, low to moderate income housing folks. I spent an afternoon speaking to several teachers in the second grade classes. And I just asked them a question as they were asking me questions. They were talking about how do we decide on, what we do at board meetings and how we vote. So I asked them about the water slides. I asked them, how many of you guys have actually been to Parrot Island? Out of those 60 students, some 60 students and several teachers, every one of them but 3 held up their hand that they had been. And that amazed me. And when I talked about expansion, they were all up in arms. Say, yes, 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 we love it. And as far as discounts, we do give discount rates. But I also know that the transit also gives tickets, to there. The Boys and Girls Clubs, Boast, other organizations get discounted rates. And if we want to throw in some free tickets, hey, I'm great with that. I'm absolutely great with that. But don't think for a minute that this is overpriced and people in Fort Smith are not attending because they can't afford it. Because they do, and they really enjoy it. Thank you.
Any other board comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Director Settle?
Yes.
Martin? No. Rigo?
Yes.
Good?
Yes.
Morton?
Yes.
George Katsavas?
No.
Christina Katsavas?
No.
Motion passes 4 in favor and 3 opposed.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to go to the officials forum. Due to the time, I will pass. Director Neil Martin, any comments?
I need to know about nuclear waste in the city of Fort Smith.
Okay.
We need. I shared an email with you that I got, or I think the whole board got back in July. We didn't know. I don't think anybody knew anything about the meeting that was held last night. We need some information because citizens are asking a lot of questions. So we need some. We did. We did. It looked like it was spam. That's what threw me off. It looked like spam.
And I thank you for forwarding that to me today. I hadn't seen that. I wasn't on that distribution. I think it was just the board members.
Yeah.
However, the first I heard of it at all was last night watching the news. I said, hey, but in following up on it today, there is nothing to that. There is, that entity, Arkansas Nuclear Vision, is the name of it. That meeting that was held last night was of their own publication and volition. It was not done in coordination with the city. It was not even done, to my knowledge, with the knowledge of the city. And so that was conducted of their own volition. They presented that to the media. Media outlet chose to cover that without having a response from us. And so there is nothing to that story as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. All right. And I think that would be a general, we don't want this from a lot of people. So I want to make sure that
I think this is a good opportunity to voice that, if you don't mind.
Yes, I do not want a nuclear waste facility in the city of Fort Smith. I make a motion.
There you go. That's what I was trying to get to you.
I make a motion to not have
No. Put a resolution on the next meeting.
I make a motion to put a resolution on the next meeting to oppose a nuclear waste facility in the city of Fort Smith.
And just an asterisk by all of this, that entity was informed a month or so ago that we were not interested in that, in being a nuclear waste site. But they came anyway, and held this meeting without anybody's knowledge. So, but they were made aware that we were not interested in being a nuclear waste site, or nowhere in the region, in River Valley.
Okay.
Any other board comments? Director LaVon Morton.
Did they all pass?
LaVon, it's been great working with you, bud. Thank you.
Well, I do have something substantive to talk about, and that is a week ago today at noon, the city and our attorneys and I and also Deputy Administrator Jeff Dingman, Deputy Administrator Maggie Rice, Carl Gefkin, had a call with Justice Department and the EPA and their lawyers and their consultants. And it was about our proposal for 10 more years, a 10-year extension. And I would say my summary is the call went very well. Now, they asked a lot of questions about the financial plan that we presented. And Carl answered those questions, and Lance answered some. But they had generally a very positive response to that. There was an in-depth discussion. They described the proposal as promising and hopefully a path forward and a good approach. The thing they liked about it is it allows us to spend money in the very near future on the consent decree, not defer it all to the end. That's one of their big concerns. And at the end of that, they close by saying, well, there are a few words we want to change in what you proposed to us. And what we started with was their document, and we made some changes. So it was really their document with a few changes. So they said there are a few things we want to change, but we're going to go to our bosses, and our recommendation is going to be either we go ahead and work out these few minor remaining differences and sign this agreement now, early in 2025, or that we wait until the election in May for the bonds, because what Carl proposed in the first big step of this is that for the 1 cent sales tax for streets and drainage that comes due in 25 for another vote, that we take that and we put 5/8 of a cent toward the streets, which produces about as much money as it did in the beginning, over $20 million. And we put the rest of it toward the consent decree. That would mean we have zero increase in tax rates for the people in Fort Smith, and about half of that tax is paid by people who live outside the city of Fort Smith, either Oklahoma or in the county, or actually in Crawford County, who come into retailers or restaurants. So the sales tax ends up being a good deal for us. Again, zero increase in taxes for the people who live here, but provides a lot of money for the consent decree, and we can get on with the construction quickly. The second piece of the financing plan is that we refinance some bonds that are outstanding in 2030 and issue a bigger amount of bonds. We'd have another piece of money. If we do that, we won't have to raise those rates like we would if we didn't do that. We'd be able to stick with this 3.5%, and if they accept that language, and we're going to hold on to it tight, 3.5% all the way through, not 19% or 20% or 40%. It was really an encouraging meeting. I'm very optimistic that we're going to get something done, the board and administration, in early 25 or by mid 25, that will get this financing of the consent decree on its way and get us 10 more years to get the work done, which spreads the cost out over a long period of time and is not a big burden to the citizens. So it was a really positive meeting, the best one we've ever had, I think. So
a lot of work has gone in the past 9 months, past year. A lot of work and communication has taken place with the EPA and the DOJ, and the most important thing is the relationship we built with them, where they began to hear our concerns and understand Fort Smith and the makeup of its population. And so we're seeing the results of communicating, we're seeing the results of listening, and we are real close to that common ground where we can move forward to address this in a good way for all of our residents. It's been a long push, but the relationship between the EPA and DOJ and the administration has really changed to a very, very positive situation. Director Good, anything?
No, thank you.
Director George Kasavage.
No, sir.
Director Settle. Director Neil Martin. Okay. Mr. Dingman.
Just a reminder, city offices will be closed December 24th and 25th for the Christmas holiday, so there will be no study session next week on Christmas Eve.
Okay.
Following that, there also will be no study session on New Year's Eve, December 31st. So the next meeting is a regular meeting, which will be held on Tuesday, January the 7th of 2025.
Board there's been a suggestion to reschedule the executive session. Any thoughts, comments? Yes. We got a yes. Okay, we got 2.
Well, if the purpose is to reschedule to knock me out of voting, I'm not in favor of it. If that's the purpose of it,
I don't know.
No, it's time. I don't want to be here till midnight.
Let's go into executive session. Right. We're going to go back into session here, and the following appointments were made. Cheryl Henley to the A&P Commission, Matthew Garner to the Civil Service Commission, and Eric Ryan to the Mechanical Board of Adjustments and Appeals. This time, I'd like to get a motion to accept all appointment nominations.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We did have a discussion with cybersecurity, and there was no action taken in that meeting. We did interview Jeff Dingman and Ms. Maggie Rice, and there was no action taken. Jeff will continue as the acting administrator at this time. There's motion and second to, okay, I think that's it. If nothing else, we'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Thank you. We all seconded, Levon. Thank you.